ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over and danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello. What's going on, guys? You know. Yeah, it's silence there.
Chance says Donald Glover is returning for the Community movie.
I saw
Let's
this.
Go.
Yes.
6 seasons in a
and
movie.
a movie. John, thoughts?
None.
All right.
Well, he quit from acting for a hot minute there.
No, he didn't. Atlanta was like last year.
Atlanta was not last year.
Atlanta ended like last year.
It ended a year and like 2 months ago, Nick. And he's going to be on Mr. and Mrs. Smith on Amazon.
I forgot about
it. It ended
that.
right before Better Call Saul ended, right? Or right?
I think right after.
Right after?
Yeah.
All right. That's a quarter then. I owe a quarter
Yes.
for
Hell yeah.
November 10th, 2022. So yeah, 14 months.
We've reached the point where we're remaking movies that weren't really that big of hits the first time around.
that. You didn't like
this was a huge
Angelina
hit.
Jolie.
I don't think it was a huge
I
hit.
don't remember
What?
Mr. and Mrs. Smith being
hit?
giant.
I don't
How would you
remember.
describe a huge hit?
Tell me a number.
How many millions does it have to make for it
I
to be
don't
huge?
know.
It made $487 million.
How was it culturally
movie
significant?
Really?
You didn't like that movie?
There was nothing to it. It was just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I
whatever.
didn't. I'm kind of
Okay.
with John actually. I didn't
Yeah.
know how. I didn't know if that movie was received that well, but apparently it
I
was.
mean, when I think of the big hit movies, that is definitely not one of the top 10,000.
yeah,
What
why don't you
year
do
did-
another Marvel movie?
What year
Yeah.
did that movie come out?
That came out in 2005.
Let's see what other movies came out in 2005.
Yeah, let's see what other movies came out in 05.
It was
Yeah,
the
let's see what's
7th
other movie
highest
there.
grossing movie in 2005. I have a list of the top 10.
All right, come on, fire them away.
Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, number one.
That makes
Worldwide
sense.
gross almost $900 million.
That would be the 6th Harry Potter movie, I think.
Goblet is 4.
Yeah.
Or
People like Goblet.
It's a very good book.
people like Goblet.
The second movie, one near and dear to 3 of our hearts, Revenge of the Sith, which
A
made
fine movie.
almost
Now that's a
900,
hit.
$868 million. Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe made $745 million.
The movie with Lion Jesus.
Oh, War of the Worlds. I liked War of the Worlds.
What a weird
John,
year this
thoughts
is.
on War of the Worlds?
He
It's
doesn't-
very-
that was when John still hated Tom Cruise.
Yeah, but it wasn't that great a movie.
This is a very like sci-fi.
Oh, very
Sci-fi.
sci-fi.
What's
And then
going on?
randomly in the middle, hey, it's Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
King Kong was number 5. Madagascar, number 6.
Madagascar kicked ass.
Never
See,
saw that.
I can see him remaking Madagascar.
Batman Begins was 9th that year, and Hitch was 10th.
I
Oh,
liked Hitch,
forgot
though.
about Hitch.
I liked Hitch.
Gotta do
So,
the
yeah.
dance.
Wow, I'm
Okay.
surprised that you guys were not. You're out on Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
I guess I just don't like it. Doesn't seem relevant to me.
I've definitely
know?
seen it a few times, but it never stuck out to me.
Apparently, the show. I've seen 2. Like, I haven't read the reviews yet, but I've seen 2 tweets or titles like this one from Alan Sepinwall, friend of the program.
So you
by the
have
way.
read reviews.
No, I've read the titles of the reviews.
So he judges a review by its cover.
Well, I mean, it says Mr. and Mrs. Smith is so good it'll make you forget about Brangelina.
Whoa!
And the other one was the show is way better than the movie.
Wow!
Yeah, so people are in on the show.
Cool.
I didn't really have a high bar from the movie.
I think I saw like one scene from it. And
Well,
I switched the channel.
Then how can you judge the movie?
All right,
I didn't
movie
judge
club.
it. I just didn't think it was a. I did.
You said it
doesn't-
was a meh movie. You saw one scene and you're
I didn't
saying
say it was a
meh?
meh movie. I just said I didn't classify it as a
No,
hit.
but John, they're married and they work for 2 opposing spy agencies.
Cool.
It was a
And then
fun...
they blow things up and have sex.
Now, Amazing Daniel brings up a great point that I was also about to bring up. I think he's forgetting how huge Pitt and Jolie were in 2005.
Yeah, I mean
They
that's-
were
but
that was the attraction, not so much the movie.
I mean, for some, I wanted to just watch the movie. I thought it was a fun premise.
Brokeback Mountain also came out in 05. I'm just looking at other 05 movies that I recognize.
I liked that movie.
Never seen it.
I don't think I ever saw it.
Jeez, Nick.
Ditto.
Tough
Heard it
look
was
for you.
I heard it was a good movie. I
It
just
was. It
haven't
was.
seen
Yeah. I saw it in college.
Anything
There you
else
go.
on that front, Nick?
Not that I'm seeing. I don't
Bring up the
recognize a lot of
Brokeback
these.
Mountain came out.
Good
Oh,
job, Nick.
I was 8. Madagascar
Everything
was
just went dead
Yeah.
silent.
I was 8. Madagascar was the top of my list in 2005.
See, but like that's a movie I could see. They probably have. They've definitely redone. There's been a Madagascar 2, right?
Oh, there's been multiple Madagascars, and there's been spin-offs and Nickelodeon
Coach
shows.
Carter. Do you remember Coach
Oh,
Carter?
I love Coach Carter.
I was a huge Coach Carter
The
fan.
Ringer.
Ty Crane.
Never saw
Don't need to be LeBron James.
The
I'm the only
Ringer.
Ty Crane.
Wasn't that the one with Johnny Knoxville?
Yup.
Yeah.
Nick, you just keep naming movies that are stopping the conversation.
Yeah, that are a
I'm
little.
just naming
let's-
things from
let's
our
get
past.
Why are
back-
you saying problematic things? Nick?
American Pie Band Camp.
See?
People like that
Also
one.
problematic.
Is it problematic?
Well,
Well,
you're the one who thinks everything is problematic.
That
so-
wasn't even one of the. That was
That
like
was
a
direct to video.
Yeah, I never saw the band camp.
Direct
Oh,
to
the
DVD.
40-year-old virgin.
Okay,
That was
now
05.
that's a funny movie.
There
They
you
could
go.
redo
Now-
that. Who would be the
40-year-old
40-year-old virgin today?
Who? Like who? Which
Who would
actor?
play it?
Wedding Crashers, The Longest Yard, but John's favorite version.
Oh, I
yeah.
love
the trash version.
Do we have like a nerdy?
40-year-old actors today.
Do we have a nerdy dad?
Bradley Cooper, Adam Driver.
Adam
Could Adam
Driver,
Driver
there you
be
go.
a
Do it.
virgin?
He could do it. Yeah.
Andrew Garfield. See, everyone's just too handsome.
Andrew-
too
yeah.
hot. Too
You have
hot.
to find someone who's kind of ugly.
Like Steve
Wow,
Carell.
Steve Carell.
I
you're
said
calling him
kind of,
ugly.
just a different looking person.
Yes. Yeah.
Different looking.
Well,
well,
Steve
with
Carell has
makeup,
had
with
the glow
makeup,
up.
you can make a lot of these guys look
Dude,
very
Steve
ordinary.
Carell
He
looks
looks
awesome.
great.
The
Do you remember
more
him
he
at the
ages,
beginning of The Office,
his hair was
he
horrible.
was fat and
Yeah.
bald, and yeah,
Then he got some plugs.
He was trending toward like Costanza, but
Mm.
now he's like a great looking
Dude,
guy.
and yeah, when you get the salt and pepper look, he is a salt and pepper guy.
Nothing against Jason Alexander.
Correct. We
of
like
course.
Jason
Not that
Alexander.
there's anything wrong with
Yeah.
Fantastic Four. Sahara.
that. Adam Driver would be the. He would be. The
I don't think
40-year-old
so.
virgin.
Too many women online love Adam Driver too much. I don't think it would have been believable.
It's funny though.
The makeup, you can make anything believable.
Hmm.
It's all about and how you act. And
Bradley Cooper couldn't do it.
Way too handsome.
Yeah.
Mhm.
again, I think with the right casting, right makeup, the right direction, it can work.
Although
recently-
he did do Sack Lodge, which is
Who
one
did?
of my Bradley Cooper.
I don't even know what this is.
Sack from Wedding Crashers.
Oh, I thought this was a movie called Sack Lodge.
No,
Like,
I mean,
how has
remember-
Happer heard of a movie I haven't heard of?
crab cakes and football.
That's
baby.
what Maryland
That's
does.
What Maryland does.
I rewatched Silver Linings Playbook within the last
There
couple
you
of
go.
weeks. He's very good in that movie.
got
Also,
some
Jennifer
bangers.
Lawrence is very good in that movie.
Very
You ever
good.
see Silver Linings Playbook?
Mhm.
Yeah. Horny John's probably a big fan of that movie.
You're the one that's going, man,
Yeah.
she's the
I just gave
Gaga.
one. I gave one thumb. One thumb.
Yeah, but we know what it meant.
It meant.
You had a pause in there, Josh.
Yeah.
How old is Joaquin Phoenix? Do you think Joaquin Phoenix could do 40-year-old virgin?
Yeah, because he's a
Whoa.
weirdo.
He's too
like-
too deep though.
I'm not a
Too
Joaquin,
deep.
man. That guy's a strange bird.
Chris Pratt could probably do it.
Nah, he's too
Chris
handsome.
Pratt. He'd have to get fatter again.
Glow
probably.
up. So
Yeah.
when did this term become a thing?
Oh, I don't know.
What term?
For sure within
Glow
the
up.
last
Glow up.
7 years. for
Someone
sure.
said it.
What is it? I don't even know what
It
is.
means
I've
if
never
you
even-
look, so if you're an ugly teenager and then you bloom
yeah.
later,
You don't have
in
to be a
life, that was
teenager. You can
glow
be.
up.
You
it's-
just grow up and get better looking.
the older
Okay.
you get, the more handsome you are.
I just went with
Okay.
teenager because that's when kids and people still look awkward, and then after everything.
But like we brought up Steve Carell. Steve Carell was an adult, and then he became a more handsome adult.
Andy
Absolutely.
Samberg could do 40-year-old virgin.
Nah, he's too. I think he's too good looking.
Again, you guys are missing the point. You can pull it off if you're a good enough actor and you got good enough makeup. What was that movie that? Oh my God,
Zach Braff.
what is her name?
I could see that, I guess.
She was in
Oh,
Road Warrior.
yeah. Charlize.
Charlize Theron. She did the movie where she played the
Monster.
Monster.
I never saw that movie.
And they did a pretty good. I mean, she had to gain a little weight for it, but she did a pretty good job of not looking like Charlize Theron,
Mm-hmm.
and then acted pretty well too.
I like Charlize Theron.
So there you go.
Okay.
So it can be done.
All right.
It can be done.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
In some ways, it would actually be
Too Abraham
ironically
Lincoln-y.
funny if you got a Brad Pitt type or one of those handsome,
Okay.
leading man actors. to
Bradley
do
Cooper
the
is
40-year-old.
the 40-year-old virgin.
Okay. I guess we'll watch this movie. A remake of the 40-year-old virgin
There you
With Bradley
go.
Cooper's.
with Bradley Cooper. Interesting.
I believe in you, Brad.
Yeah,
I
I
like
mean,
Bradley
he's
Cooper.
clearly
You have
got
a
range.
problem with that name, Nick? Brad?
No,
Mm.
Brad's fine.
I don't really
Pretty
know if I want
timeless.
to hang out with any Brads.
I have an Uncle Brad.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Chance writes they turned Colin Farrell into the Penguin. You can do anything. Fair. Hard to argue with that. I guess I was just
he's
thinking
kind of got some Penguin.
Steve Carell. The thing was like Steve Carell just looked like Steve Carell with just bad clothing and a bunch of action figures all over his apartment.
They just gave him bad fitting pants,
Man.
basically.
My favorite part of that movie became a bit off the air, and sometimes on the air between John Stibbs and I, and that was the Michael McDonald stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like how Paul Rudd's character is so mad about Michael McDonald always playing at the store.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's so
Just
funny.
a little tiny piece of that movie.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Also, I love the eBay store and the confusion about the
Yeah.
eBay
It's like, no, you
store.
can't
really
actually buy
funny.
stuff here.
It's like,
Why do you have a store?
You can go bid on it.
I don't like the Coldplay joke. I hear that too much. Because I like Coldplay.
I like Coldplay too.
You probably, it's probably a little, canceled.
You wouldn't say that joke now. They wouldn't.
You wouldn't
make,
say that joke?
They
No,
wouldn't
would
make the
not say that
Coldplay
joke.
joke.
Yeah.
But yes, us who were of Coldplay in the mid-aughts were like, whoa,
It was pretty funny.
Yeah. just playing video games the whole time. I like when they take the light bulbs and they're just smashing them on each other out back.
Ah,
Man, I want to go home and watch a 40-year-old version.
that
I think I have that on Blu-ray.
Was that
There
the
you
first
go.
thing post like Freaks and Geeks that Seth Rogen was in?
I actually think he was in Anchorman. He was a cameraman in Anchorman.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
with
I
like
don't
Paul
remember
F.
that.
Tompkins. Paul Tompkins was an Anchorman for a
I don't
hot
remember
second.
Seth Rogen in
You
Anchorman.
don't
at
know
all.
Paul F. Tompkins, John?
I have never heard of Paul F.
He's a
Tompkins.
comedian. But yeah, Seth Rogen played a cameraman. Let me see if I can find
Like,
it.
did he have a speaking line?
Yeah, he says so. He's talking to Veronica. He's like,
Did he say?
he's like, great work, Miss Cordy. Was it Veronica Corningstone? There he is.
Oh,
There's Seth.
okay. Oh, I
Remember that character?
Not really.
Okay. I mean, seriously,
Well,
he's in it for like 5
yeah,
seconds.
it's like
It's like
5
Seth
seconds
Rogen.
because Veronica's at the
He's like, great work, Miss Corningstone.
yeah, she's at the cat fashion show.
That's what it is. Thank you. Yes. And
So-
so Paul F. Tompkins is the guy at the cat fashion show. I'll see if I can find a
So-
picture of him.
Happer brought up Freaks and Geeks. Is there a single show that has launched the careers of so many people around the same time?
I'm maybe not as star-studded as that one though. I mean that had a lot of people as children
Mm-hmm.
that were in it. People love talking about that show though.
It's a great show.
I've only
It's
seen like
really
one
okay.
episode.
I mean, it's really fine. Like,
See,
I've
I've watched the pilot probably 3 times and I've never watched past.
It's really a fine show, but people love talking about it because it was so fleeting,
Mhm.
It was, and then there was all those people in it.
Yep.
It's actually very overrated
Wow.
as a show.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you and Nick disagree on this.
We do.
Yeah, big
Nick says it's great. You say it's overrated.
time. Completely overrated.
I think that might be the hipster take then. I think Happer's the hipster in this.
Oh, he
situation.
definitely is. Yes.
Yeah,
The-
I'm definitely disagreeing with the public on this one. for
Have you
sure.
seen Freaks and Geeks, John?
Nope.
Yeah, the cast is loaded. It's
Yep.
Seth Rogen is in it. I'm now opening the cast list.
Jason Segel?
Let's see. Linda Cardellini, Martin
Cardellini.
Starr, Jason Segel, what's his name, who won an Academy Award or was nominated for one? James Franco, John Francis Daley. I mean, it's a good cast.
Great cast.
Very good cast. Yeah. But yeah,
Jake into the 42 degrees of the source text machine.
texting?
Hi, Jake.
Not a fan of the year 2005 in movies.
Whoa, how come?
Said King Kong was awful. Terrible year for movies.
So you're judging the whole movie off of King Kong?
But it
I
kind of
think, I
was a
think
bad
he was
year.
highlighting King Kong as as being bad, and then the others weren't.
I didn't.
great
I
either.
never saw all of King
What
Kong.
won
Text
the
back,
Academy
ha-
Award that year? What, go to the awards.
See how he
season.
felt about the new
So
King
now
Kong.
we have to look at the 2006 Oscars
Yes.
to see what won the Academy Award.
I'm gonna guess I did not see
Brokeback
it.
Mountain won an award, didn't it?
Brokeback Mountain won for Best Director. The movie that won is a horrible movie. That movie is called Crash. Bad movie.
Never heard of it.
I've never heard of it either.
Horrible, stupid movie.
Dave Matthews
Capote
fan?
was nominated. I heard Odson talking about Capote. Well, a show about Capote. You ever see
You
Capote?
sure he wasn't talking about peyote?
I'm positive.
Okay.
You ever see Capote with
No.
Philip Seymour Hoffman?
Nope.
R.I.P. Did you
Isn't
ever
that-
read the
isn't
book
that- isn't
In
that-
Cold Blood?
In that when
heard the
right
song.
before he passed on?
He died
that his
10
last-
years ago, actually.
Oh, I thought that was his last movie.
No, he still lived for another 9 years.
Still had Moneyball.
Yeah, he was in
Oh.
Still had to play
Moneyball.
Art Howe.
Yeah. Man, Philip Seymour Hoffman, great actor.
Pretty good.
What a
Pretty
guy.
good. I didn't have a full
the way
understanding
he
of that.
pulled off the stoner in Twister, amazing. Amazing.
I liked his character.
Along came Polly.
I don't know if I ever saw Along Came Polly.
Really?
Yeah.
The Make It Rain. You've ever seen that? Wow.
Who is the main guy in Along
Ben
Came?
Stiller.
Is that Ben Stiller? Yeah, I think I saw bits and pieces. I like
Jennifer
Philip Seymour Hoffman in Almost Famous, which is a classic movie that, judging by the looks, no one has seen it. Nick, have you seen Almost Famous?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
The Big
He's up
Lebowski?
music. He is in The Big Lebowski. Oh man, he says Mr. Lebowski because he's the guy in the wheelchair's butler or whatever.
Yeah. He's like the servant or whatever.
Yeah.
Kind of has an awkward laugh throughout the entire time.
Amazing Daniel says, from the kind of movies you like, Josh, you'd probably enjoy Along Came Polly.
Yeah, Along Came Polly is good.
Yeah, it's from that era of comedy that I very much adore. So
That's actually surprising you haven't seen it. Give me some other award winners from 06. This is interesting.
Let's see. Award winners are
it
just
does really
nominees.
seem like a bad movie.
Oh, Reese Witherspoon in Walk the Line, as she sung way better than June Carter Cash.
Wow. I hate this.
The correct
take.
opinion by yours truly. Let's
Did she
see.
actually sing?
Yes, she did.
Did she?
She
Yeah.
did. Not
Yeah.
better than June Carter Cash.
Way better, Nick. Way better. George Clooney won for Syriana. I didn't like Syriana very much.
Sirianni.
It was
Jay Sirianni?
an
Sirianni?
oil movie.
Oil.
I didn't like it very much. Let's see who else.
I've never
won?
heard of any of these.
Yeah.
Rachel, is it Weisz won for The Constant Gardener? Don't know what that is.
Don't remember that
This
one.
seems like a horrible year
Yeah,
for movies.
Dude,
Jake might be on one here.
People
Jake might be
hated
right.
people hated these Oscars. Even I think Jack is the one who announced the winner, and he goes, "Crash!" Like he was stunned. Everyone thought it was gonna be Brokeback when it was Crash. And then it's just a bunch of those movies, kind of just trading awards back and forth,
Wow.
back and forth. Yeah.
So we had all
Best
these
sound editing, King Kong.
Oh,
There you go, Jake. You need to give it another try.
Mhm.
Listen for the sound editing.
So all the most popular movies, the movies that made the most money were like sci-fi.
Hey,
oh, yeah.
better than now, where it's just superhero stuff all the time.
That's true.
We're kind of out of that now. We're past that now.
People have really turned on the superhero movies.
Yes, they have.
Well, it's about damn time.
Yeah.
It's like we've been force-fed them for the last 15 years.
they did such a good job of building up Infinity War and
To
Endgame,
Endgame.
and then it did feel like the end, and
Yeah.
then everything
Again,
after
the
that
problem
They
kind of
didn't
is-
have to keep going.
They
Except
decided
WandaVision was pretty good.
they went from just promoting a superhero, then it turned into tag teams, and then pretty soon we got Royal Rumble.
We like
And
that, though,
everything
John.
is Royal Rumble.
No, it
The
was
last
good.
Royal
It-
Rumble
it-
was awesome, though.
Yeah, John, it was great.
I'm sure it was great.
It was.
Infinity War was better than Endgame, but yeah, it was pretty good. They did a good
But you
job.
see, once you get
closing
to
it.
that point, you're pretty much done.
Yeah, and that was
You've
I remember
blown
I remember
you
that
shot
being a
your
discussion.
wad.
I'm like, okay, so what do they do now?
Yeah, I'm done with
And
it.
they have, I
Yeah.
feel we don't see the movies anymore. Some more Oscars takes. Zach writes, I'm still mad that Shakespeare in Love won over Saving Private Ryan.
Wow.
Good take.
That is a badly aged choice.
Yes,
For the movie.
Saving Private Ryan, a classic movie. John, have you seen Saving Private
course.
Ryan? Okay,
Great
just making
movie.
sure.
It's a fantastic movie.
It is. It's
Vin
awesome.
Diesel's in it.
Vin Diesel. That is not the first thing that I would go to, but yes, Vin Diesel is in that.
At least
movie.
Vin Diesel can say, I was in a good movie once.
Many people are mad at my June Carter Cash take.
As they should be.
Surprisingly, let people have that many takes about June Carter.
Carter Cash. That's what you're going to come at me
But
about.
I believe you also said that Joaquin Phoenix
I
is
did.
better than Johnny Cash.
He
Spot
did.
the lie. though.
Sorry.
Spot the lie.
That is no.
What do you mean? It's easy. It's right there.
Nah.
I see it.
You just said it. It's bad. It's a bad take.
What do you mean
It's a bad-
better than Johnny Cash?
Better
I
at
think he is
singing
a
than
He's
better
Johnny
a
singer.
better
Cash.
singer than Johnny
Yeah,
Cash.
he
Better at
did Johnny
acting like
Cash
Johnny
better than Johnny
Cash?
Cash.
No, I'd rather listen to the Joaquin Phoenix versions than the Johnny Cash version.
That is so dumb.
Right?
Just my take. Stick it to it.
So dumb.
Just my take.
I don't know where you got that one.
What do you mean? I listened to the songs now because after I watched the movie, I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to get into Johnny Cash, and I downloaded it. I was like, I'll just listen to the soundtrack.
That's so stupid.
So Josh, your wife has a very good taste in music. Have you come at her with this take?
I don't think she'd care.
I think she should.
I have no idea if she even cares about Johnny Cash. My guess
Well,
is she
we'll
doesn't.
find out tonight when Josh walks in the front door and a leftover enchilada gets thrown in his face.
No, we finished all those
Get
already.
out!
God, they were so good. Nick, we have been in the car many times. You know what we've never listened to in the car together? Johnny Cash. Never
That makes
one
sense.
time. It's usually
Well,
Tame
but you
Impala.
probably
Listen to
wouldn't have
podcasts.
anyway.
Or I don't remember who else. What?
Stuart
You wouldn't
Mandel.
have anyway.
No, she doesn't listen to. She's out on the Audible podcast. We listen to the National.
What do you listen to in the car?
With her?
Yeah.
A lot. I mean, it's just usually it's music. We were listening. We rode together actually because she's picking me up after work. We were listening to the Connor Happer show, and she was over watching Instagram videos, and I'm listening to you guys. And I'm just chuckling about your little Ken Palm and all these inside jokes. And she never did ask, "What are you laughing at?" Because it was just random crap from you guys.
That's fine.
I want someone to come along and just do a dramatic reading of all the Stuart Mandel podcasts so I can come back and say, Joe Bob does a bunch better Stuart Mandel than Stuart Mandel.
John, I've started. Oh, never mind. She has texted into the show. 402-951-1620. I like Johnny Cash, but am not an aficionado. Okay.
It's okay.
All right.
That's fine.
That's different than
that's
saying
not a
that the
question.
actor who played him did a better job singing than the original.
That's what
She's
I
not
want to
agreeing with
know, Mrs. Peterson. I want to know that.
Well, I don't know.
It's a bad take. It's such a bad take.
It's
That
just a
triggers
weird
me
take.
so much that
What?
you say that.
Why?
Because it's so
All right,
wrong.
well, I'm just going to let you know, Nick. Now I'm going to lead into this
I know.
even more. So it's like my friend Aaron who listens and gets mad when I call everything Western Nebraska. And I'm like, you keep texting me about it. I'm just going to keep saying it more.
Your friend Aaron also continues to be triggered by Seinfeld. I'm surprised that he has not gotten used to it yet.
Yeah, he is, I think, only 9 episodes in. He is way behind pace for where he needs to be.
But he texted in the other day. He's like, I still don't like it. It's not good.
You know what
It's
he
the
does
worst
like?
thing ever.
He likes Curb. So it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
He's just the most stubborn person.
He's going to like it.
Of course he is.
He's going to like it.
He's judging the show based off of season 1.
Right. Season 1 is
Not good.
I'm surprised to this day that the show made it.
It's bonkers that it did.
I'm really so it just shows you how much more patient networks were even then.
Mm-hmm.
Because today it'd be like 4 shows in, done.
Yeah. And it was called the Seinfeld Chronicles
Yes,
back
it was.
Oh, yeah. I picked up just recently in season 4. It's like banger after banger.
Oh, it's a classic.
Nonstop.
Season 4
the
is so
entire
funny
season.
because that's when they're writing the show within the show. The
within
show
the
about nothing.
Mhm.
That's the show.
The Butler.
Josh Odson says season 2, episode 11, the Chinese restaurant. You've got to get there before it gets good.
Great
Okay, that's a
episode.
good mark.
And that's when it kind of starts hitting its stride.
Very good episode.
And then it kicks in.
Season 3, I think, also has the parking garage episode, which
Yes.
is also very, very funny. See, and I think, the Chinese restaurant one doesn't age very well just because, you would put in a reservation and you would get on an app and it would tell you how many spots you have to wait before you're there. I have lost my car in a garage many times. So it still
Pretty
ages.
classic.
It still ages very well.
Yeah, a lot of
I
the
think.
stuff there's one episode where they have this snafu with the airplane, and they George ends up being on the flight to wherever, and Kramer gets arrested. And, and all that stuff. I'm like, this is impossible. This is an impossible situation because you can't just walk into an airport and get on a plane.
Not just specifically with Seinfeld, because there's a lot of media like this.
Mm-hmm.
Does it annoy you if somebody's trying to show you something like a show or a game and they're like, yeah, it starts out kind of slow, but just get through halfway through season 2?
No,
I appreciate
and
the
then
warning.
you're good.
Yeah. It's like if I was going to recommend, and I think I have to John many times, and he just never will take me up on it. I say Parks and Rec's very funny. Just got to get through season 1.
I always told people
There's
that
only
was
6
Succession.
episodes. Yeah, I'm like, it just takes a bit to get into
they
the
were
flow
like,
of it.
I
still
can't
want a
believe you
mouse
told me
rat
to
shirt.
watch that show. It's really slow. I'm like, just keep watching it.
Yeah.
That's all I got to tell you. Just keep watching.
Because I didn't like season 1, and I stopped watching the show. And then everyone was like, you got to get back into it. And so I did, and then I fell in love with it. And now I like season 1, even though I wasn't a huge fan at first.
That's the advantage of being able to binge, though, is you can power through all of that.
True.
That's true.
Versus doing it in real time, which is why I was able to make it through the first few episodes of Succession.
That's definitely true. I imagine that's helped for retention.
Is there? So I've seen Parks and Rec. I know that they do. Is there callbacks in Seinfeld to where you have to watch the first season and a half?
Barely.
Just power through?
Not really.
No.
Not really.
So if you were telling somebody to start watching Seinfeld, would you just tell them to start
with season 3?
Yeah,
unless
you
you're a
could.
completist, which I am. I watch it from the start, and it's just not as good, but it goes up.
But that's the thing. I don't. When I watch Seinfeld, it's just, it's on TV, and I'm in a hotel room in some random
just
big
on.
East town. It's just on, and I just watch it.
But if
I can
I
just
were to
jump in anytime.
If I were to power, and I couldn't power rank all the episodes right now, it's been too long since I watched them all. But seasons 1 and 2 would have. There's
Very
only one
few.
that I really remember, and that's the finale of season 2, because that's the one when Jerry and Elaine have the whole, like, they sleep together,
Right.
And they have but they're not in a relationship,
Right.
But then it's a plot that's completely dropped, and they never acknowledge it again.
Nope.
Yeah.
They do mention like how they dated once.
Yes,
like
because before the show, yeah.
But that's
It sounds like Nick might be getting into Seinfeld.
Yeah, you're interested.
Oh, okay.
Are you?
I was gonna say if you didn't like the contest, then you're not gonna like the show.
I didn't like, and this makes
the
me not want to, because I don't want to waste my time powering through things. I'm a completionist too when it comes to shows, but I don't want to spend a season and a half on a show barely paying attention. Just it'll get good eventually.
Just pick it up in season 4, then you'll be fine.
Dave and Mike bring up. Am I allowed to say the name of the show? S Creek. I'm allowed to, right? Because it's the name. All right. They bring up Schitt's Creek. Dave says that it was another slow starter. Mike says that his friend wanted him to watch it. I watched 2 seasons and was bored. My friend is still pissed at me about it.
I think I ended up watching half of the first season of that show and did not like it.
I've never seen an episode.
I dropped it forever. So that's a good note.
I saw the first 2 episodes, and then something happened, and I just stopped.
Yeah.
I've seen the GIFs a lot. I've heard it was good.
Honestly, that turns me off. There's
too many GIFs?
No, there's some people in Husker media who that's how they describe Nebraska sporting events, and I'm just like, nah, I'm good.
Interesting.
I'm serious. It's turned me off from the show.
Is this why you also don't like Little Red?
It's not the show.
I love Little Red, don't I? I forget what my opinion is.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I like or don't like Little Red.
Don't take it out on the show, Josh.
Well, I've never watched it, and I probably never will.
See, that was the problem with Office Space for me. I heard all the best bits.
So much hype
in drops and stuff like that. That was just like, You
Yeah,
see the whole
it
movie
can't
in
be
its
that
entirety,
good.
and it was like, okay.
Yeah. You still meet a person every now and again who's like, yeah, I never watched Breaking Bad. I was annoyed by all the people talking about Breaking Bad.
I had a friend who was like that. He wouldn't watch it because I kept saying it's like awesome.
Yeah.
And then years later, without telling me, he watched it and he was like, yeah, it's a great show. I'm like, yeah.
Duh. What do you think of Office Space now? Because you've seen it now. Right?
Yeah, we rewatched it for Movie Club, and it's
John's still not a huge fan.
Yeah, it's like, will I ever go back to rewatch it again? No.
How much do you think too, John? Because I do like it, but how much do you think it's that you don't work in a normal office job? Like, do you think that, I guess you worked with a lot of radio people
I don't
that
work in a normal office job, and I love The Office. It has nothing to do.
Fair point.
It has nothing to do with where they're at and what they're doing. I get the whole, but it was just, again, I heard all the best bits in radio drops. And then when you put it all together, it's just like,
yeah, all that stuff has definitely been extracted from the show.
I mean, I could imagine if somebody had never seen Caddyshack and all they do is they hear, all the famous lines, that they go back and it's like, oh, this wasn't that good.
Yeah. Fair. All it was the stuff I saw in the preview.
There was another movie we watched recently in Movie Club that I had never seen, where it was a similar thing, where I knew all of the memes or a lot of the memes. I don't remember. I was hoping you guys, because it's a movie that was memed a lot.
John, you have the list of the movies.
Movie that was
of our movies in the Movie Club.
Yes,
and we did it recently.
Somewhat recently. I just remember that because you guys were curious to see what my thoughts on it would be, because I've only seen memes and heard references, but I've never.
Was it
Good Will Hunting?
No.
Was it Young Frankenstein?
No, I've seen
Frankenstein.
Grumpy Old Men?
No, that doesn't have memes.
Probably doesn't have too many GIFs and memes.
No.
Was it a funny movie? Was it a funny movie?
I think it was a funny movie.
The Jerk.
No.
Well, we did do Caddyshack. I mean, these are all within the last year.
Yeah, it wasn't Caddy. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
All right.
I'll figure it out later.
Yeah, I don't. Confess Fletch isn't that's not an old movie.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah, I don't reckon.
It's fine.
Was it Team America?
No, I've seen that before.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nah.
Yeah, now you're.
No
yeah,
big deal.
Now we're back more than a year
ago.
I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah. Either way, I get what you're saying, John. If you hear all of these references all the time,
and then it gets all put together, it's just like, okay.
You kind of expect more. You hear all these funny.
Oh yeah,
references
I expected more. I
way
expected to laugh out loud.
Pedro
more
says Godfather. Is it The Godfather?
Yes, it was The Godfather.
It's The Godfather.
It was The Godfather.
And you liked The Godfather, right?
I did.
Yeah, good movie.
But I had all the major things. I feel like I wasn't surprised, even though there were really cool things that happened.
Yes, it's a very referenced movie.
Oh, very referenced movie.
Many say it's the best of all time.
A lot of people do say.
Some people say Godfather 2 is better.
It's very good.
Some people do.
Have you ever met someone who loved Godfather 3 more than the other two?
No,
that's an impossible take.
Yeah. Don't watch Godfather 3 now.
I've heard.
Yeah, I watched it during COVID.
It's not terrible.
It's just such a step back, though. Godfather 2 rules. I haven't watched that in a while.
We may have to do that in movie club.
I'd be
Don't
down.
do. I don't. Okay, never mind. Because I don't want to upset Nick by picking movies we've seen before. Now that we've been picking on him for doing the same.
Well, but sometimes it's the idea of conversing, and no offense to Dungeons and Dragons, but more people are familiar with and know The Godfather than they know Dungeons and Dragons.
I think that's
Infinitely
fair.
more people.
That is fair.
And so those types of movies, and Caddyshack, those types of movies that most everybody have seen, it's kind of fun to have the conversation and look at it through the prism of today.
Mm-hmm.
And also your movie is too recent, too.
Brian says, I've
You know
never
what I mean?
seen Breaking Bad, any HBO show, or any of the zombie shows, and it's mainly because everyone won't shut up about them, and I won't pay for HBO.
Walking Dead is good for the first 5 seasons, and then it's just the same thing over and over.
There's no way Walking Dead was ever good. I stand on that one.
Sorry, I liked Walking Dead for like the first 5 seasons, and then they just kept doing the same thing over and over again. And then I'm like, they're just never getting
I had
out
the
of
same
Georgia.
thought, but it was after season 2, and then that's when I ejected because it was the same stuff.
There was definitely that moment in time where everyone was doing a zombie show, and everything was.
And
John never got into it.
I
got burnt out by
will.
zombies quick.
I'm never interested in zombies.
Brian, Breaking Bad is awesome, man. It's so good.
Yeah, it's so good.
It is.
You need to drop that thing, man. Watch Breaking
Yeah,
Bad.
drop
See,
the
that's the
pride.
type of hipster that I really, no offense, Brian, don't like.
Yeah.
I don't like if someone's like, hey, this thing is really good.
You're just doing it on principle at this point.
Yeah.
Like, just.
You're only hurting yourself at that point. You're denying yourself a cool experience.
Yeah, it's like, what if you've been hearing about hamburgers throughout your entire life?
Yeah.
You're like, I can't do.
I can't
Everybody
do
always
hamburgers.
talks about hamburgers.
Everyone talks about how good their hamburgers are. Everyone talks about how
Plus,
good wings
I think
are.
the thing that
Eat a
rules about
hamburger.
Breaking
It's
Bad
great.
is like, and this kind of goes back to the conversation we were talking the other day about an author that is pretentious. Like, I'm not going to recommend Mad Men to everybody because I know that not everyone's going to like Mad Men. I have never recommended Breaking Bad to someone who didn't like it. Everyone's like,
Yeah, it's pretty popularly.
My
popular.
mother watched Breaking Bad for the first time a few months ago, and she loved
the
it.
approval rate on that show is
sky high.
Oh,
Yeah. Great show.
yeah.
It is.
I want to rewatch Breaking Bad.
Maybe that'll come after I finish my Sopranos 8th run through, 9th run through, 10th run.
I need to
through.
start Mad Men. I keep forgetting to watch
I'm
Mad Men.
gotta loan you my Blu-rays, Nick.
That's right.
Might almost be time for a Saul rewatch.
Oh,
Remember Saul?
I need to do a Saul. I never finished Saul
Oh,
because I watched every
wow,
episode.
Nick.
I watched every episode that Netflix had on there, and like
So you just missed the whole last
2018.
season?
Yeah,
Wow. Yeah, you got to get on that.
I think they're all on Netflix now, Nick.
I think they
They
are
are.
too. Because
They
it took so long between when the next season
COVID.
got on Netflix and then after, I just completely forgot.
did.
And it's like, well, then I'm just gonna have to start from the beginning again. And then I just
Chris writes, I've never seen Godfather 1, 2, or 3. Should I be ashamed?
kind of.
Just depends on how old you are, though. Like,
I literally just saw
I've never
Godfather.
seen The Godfather until like last year when me and
Yeah.
Josh did the pod.
yeah. Have you
And-
seen Godfather 2?
I have not seen Godfather 2 still. Ever.
It's very good.
Maybe we could all do it for the movie club. We could talk.
I'd
It's a
be
long
happy
one.
to join you.
It's like 3.5 hours almost.
Yeah.
Wow.
The ultimate hipster, Jed. Twitter doesn't give me enough characters to list off all the popular shows I've never seen.
Yeah, and I said to him, that's because you don't watch
He
TV.
doesn't. The only TV
He says I
watches
do,
is
but in
called
very-
Action.
Very picky. All right, Jed, I would like to know what shows you watch. I've never heard Jed mention watching
Inside,
his show.
inside the NFL,
Yeah, exactly.
college game
Season
day.
4 of Inside the NFL, so good. Way better than season 5. Oh,
You got to check that. Has Jed ever referenced a TV show in a tweet?
I have never. Yes, I don't think I've ever seen him reference a TV show.
I
I
bel-
watched that episode of Blank last night. It was funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jed saying this does not surprise me.
No, yeah, he's a sports guy. He's like you, Happer.
He loves sports more
Yeah.
than me, it
He
sounds like.
loves sports. Yeah,
Which is fine. That's fine too.
yeah.
Which is why
I
the
love sports.
ratings for sports are skyrocketing. More people are getting into that.
Sports
now.
are very good.
I'm starting to hear people talk about sports more and more.
You're hearing things about sports.
Uh-huh.
We are hearing.
Someone
things
should
about
do a
sports.
radio show about sports, kind of like our weather idea.
Good idea.
Hmm.
We'll see if we can get someone on that.
Good idea.
All right, Connor. One more day and the week's done.
That sounds awesome.
Well, and tomorrow is a working Friday
Yeah.
because we got the basketball tomorrow night,
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what time is that game?
8 p.m.
8.
8.
Yeah. So
Who
what do you-
did this?
What are you going to do after the show?
The freaking television
Goobers.
people again.
Once again, I don't like to go home because then I have to
I know,
battle
I know.
traffic coming.
I know. So what are you going to do?
I'll probably just sit here for a little
Oh,
while.
do the show with us tomorrow.
I don't think you guys probably want that, but you know,
Well, that's extra work. I mean,
Yeah.
he take a nap.
Oh, you want to produce for me tomorrow?
sure, I press the buttons.
Cool.
That sounds fun.
So I don't know.
I'm going home after work tomorrow, guys.
8
Just to let you know.
Oh, you too?
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty nice. Maybe go to a brewery.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we'll have a nice long Friday tomorrow.
Do I smell popcorn, by the way?
I smell something.
I do too. It's
Okay.
Thursday.
Yep. She's over by the popcorn right there.
Popcorn
All right,
time. I'm
there you
getting some
go. It's
popcorn.
popcorn today.
All right, gentlemen. See ya.
We
Bye.
got Grum on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley.
But if you like trophies, that's great. I like sexy victories. I would rather have sex than have a trophy. Okay? That's just who I am. All right?
I think we could all
just
agree
like
on
the
that.
wide receiver from Wake Forest. People say that I like big-bodied women. That might be the case. I don't discriminate. Okay? I like big-bodied wide receivers. That's why I like the guy from Wake Forest. Okay, back to Iowa.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy but warm for your Thursday with a high today in Omaha near 55 degrees with light winds out of the east, northeast up to 10 miles an hour. Tonight, staying mostly cloudy with another round of patchy fog possible by the morning north of the Omaha Metro. A low of 39 with easterly winds staying light up to 10 miles an hour. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Whoa, Sandra. So, in less than a week, you'll have
my forklift operator certificate.
And Joseph, you're quick to
respond? Yeah, with my degree in paramedicine, I'll be a
first responder? Cool. Bella, where are you off to?
Just knocking out my gen eds before
transferring to the university? Smart way to say, Bella. Get up to speed with your me time. On campus, online, on your schedule. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start March 7th.
This is me at MCC.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your number one investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust, like Whirlpool, Samsung, and LG, in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of our everyday financing offers on top items, from refrigerators to laundry pairs. And there's more. Get your new appliances delivered or installed quickly at your convenience. Because Lowe's knows appliances. Lowe's knows home improvement. Subject to credit approval.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all of your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Thursday. What's happening today? Well, pretty important basketball game tonight.
Basketball?
Down the road.
The road?
Yeah, the interstate.
Oh,
Lincoln.
Is that a road?
Sportsmanlike condoms on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Okay, we need
What,
we need to talk.
Associated Press?
I mean, I rely on you. You're the one thing I can rely on. I can't rely on much of the other stuff on the noise channels and other news, but I rely on you.
What did the AP do?
Big
Do you go to,
splashy headline off the Twitter.
Do you go to AP.com?
Well, no, I just see the headlines on the AP. I follow the AP on.
Okay, I do not.
On my Twitter.
AP and Bart. That's the
Is
only.
it at AP or at Associated Press?
At AP.
Oh, wow. That's a good handle to have.
Skyscraper-sized asteroid will buzz Earth on Friday.
Why is that a bad story?
If a skyscraper-sized asteroid,
yeah,
you realize what happens if that baby hits.
No, I understand that.
No,
So why
it's
are
gonna
you?
buzz us. It's not gonna hit us.
Why are you upset though?
Because he said buzz us. It's like I think of buzzing the tower, right? Where it's close, but it's noticeable, but not that
Yeah.
1.7 million miles.
In space, John, it's so
I
vast.
know, but when you use terms like buzz,
It's buzzing on a cosmic scale.
great. Buzzing on a cosmic scale. Guess where I don't live? I don't live
Well, you do
out
live in the
space.
cosmos. You do actually.
I
live in
don't
space.
live
John,
out there, though.
We all do.
John, this
I
is
have my proportion is, different.
John
than-
doesn't have object permanence.
But John, this is like in baseball, how they call them runs and not points. In space parlance, buzzing can mean within 1.7 million miles.
The moon is close
I
to
don't
us.
think
It
they're
still
using-
takes 3 days to
I
get
don't-
there.
I don't think the term buzzing is a space parlance.
Well, apparently, I mean, you're the one who's upset about this.
I'm just saying, just stop hitting me with these sensational headlines.
I
Just
do
say-
like-
just say it's going to pass.
Hey, to be fair to the AP, they add in the headline itself, safely passing within 1.7 million miles. So, like, they didn't even have you click on the story and then get mad. They
That's
let you
true.
know before the click. I appreciate
I
them.
like that unit of measurement because I saw one the other day. It's asteroid or meteor the size of 65 Canadian geese.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that type of stuff.
It's a little much.
Where it compares it to
Like, I've never seen
a
65
meteor the
geese.
size of 40 trillion ants. Like, okay, so how big is this?
I can't conceptualize
I don't know what
that.
40 trillion ants would look like. John, we found your burner. Stop the world. I need to sleep. Tweets. Okay, I think we're operating on different definitions of buzz. Ray asks, buzz by 4 times farther than the moon. What is the purpose of these? So there you go.
Because it's a cool space thing. Get your telescopes out. Look at it.
Don't know if you'll be able to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Telescope should get you there.
Well, if you have a really good telescope and you know exactly where to look.
We'll figure out where to look.
It sounded fascinating. I never got into telescopes.
You're missing out.
I would have liked to, but aren't they expensive?
Not really.
Well, if you want a really good one.
You can get a decent one for like $80. It's not great, but you can see
We
Saturn.
have a budget.
To me, it was more exciting when the
budget
space
money on
station
that.
would fly overhead and you can literally see it flying
It was
overhead.
always so boring to me because it was just like, oh yeah, it's a space station. Cool.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool.
You watch planes take off while eating ice cream, and that's like the most large wonder in the world. But a thing in space buzzing
If
by?
I could see the space
Buzzing,
station
we're using
better,
that term. It must
I
be
apologize.
space parlance
Yeah,
now.
my bad.
if I could see the space station better, but anywhere it's just it's just a light, just delighting.
Sputnik going by Nick in the
It's just
50s. It's just Sputnik.
I
Well, of
probably would have
course,
been
because
scared.
Sputniks were the commies, and he was like, "Oh, please, rain down your communism on me.
Can I have some communism, Daddy?
Please give me all your free stuff that I work for, but I don't really work for."
Man, the space race. What a time
That was an interesting time.
to be alive. And we weren't
See,
alive.
I was only alive for the bad parts, when the Cold War was really
the
cold.
nuke part.
Well,
the explosion of that.
actually, the really bad part was the early '60s when we were close.
Yeah.
Shout out to JFK.
All because of Cuba.
Then there was that whole explosion thing that happened while you were in school.
That explosion thing that happened when I was in school.
The spaceship that exploded. Weren't
Well,
you in
but
school?
there wasn't really a space race anymore.
No, I know. I'm just saying that all the space stuff that happened was then bad.
Yeah.
Things are just exploding.
That
on
wasn't a
TV.
space race. That
all
was
of
us
it.
racing to space and then back to Earth.
Wow, Nick, that's something Chance would say. Ow.
I hope Chance laughed.
I'm sure he did.
Sure he did.
Yeah.
Sick bastard.
Mm.
Well, welcome to the Grum today. We always appreciate you having a little time for us.
Yep.
Because we have 4 hours and change when you include the
crossover
for you. And if you want to get in touch with us, you can do so on said JTech Construction Zone Twitter page.
Yeah, people are responding right now if the interstate is a road.
I don't think it is.
No, Nick, it is. Sam sends
road.
us the Nebraska definition in 39-1302. Road means a public way for the purposes of vehicular travel, including the entire area within the right of way. A road designed as designated as part of the state highway system may be called a highway, while a road in urban area may be called a street. So we can call it a highway, but it's still a road.
It's not a highway to me.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
I know it's technically a highway, but when I think highway, I think middle of nowhere, one lane each
When I think
side.
of highway, I actually think of a slower interstate, a slower version of the interstate. If you're like, let's take the highway to get there, I think of a 2-lane road, and I'm like, this is going to be it's going to take longer, and there might be stoplights.
The difference between one of the differences between a highway and an interstate is the amount of access you get to it. That's why you only have on and off ramps on an interstate. Whereas on a highway, you can have driveways up against it or other county roads where there's no interchanges.
Dave, tremendous argument in favor of it being a road. The interstate is built and maintained by the Department of Transportation, formerly known as
the Department of Roads.
There you go. Wow.
And remember what Doc Brown said, roads where we're going, we don't need roads.
Do you know that reference, Nick?
I love Back to the Future.
Okay, just making sure.
I love the Grum Down.
Grum Down.
Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Card. It is a big game for Big Red. What does Bart have to say about it?
Probably goes.
What does Bart have to say about it?
Oh, you want it now?
Not yet.
Okay.
Uh-oh. We have drops for it.
Everybody's doing it.
Oh.
It's the latest in the NIL today. Are college coaches pining for the NFL?
Damn it. I wanted to say
the
something.
Pine Boys.
Damn it.
The NFL coaching Mattel now has a no vacancy sign flashing red.
Oh,
outside.
man, that's true.
But do they have
They're all filled.
Do they have color TV?
Yeah,
They
HBO,
have color
free
TV,
HBO.
and air conditioning.
Oh.
Robin Washut of Husker Online will join us
to talk about the game.
If you only knew what I knew.
So many cryptic quotes.
I know. That's what Matt Rule said one time.
What do you think of Super Saturday?
No, whose idea is this?
Yeah, you'll see. We'll find out what Nick's favorite restaurants are.
Oh,
you're dying for that information.
Can't
the
wait to
rice
share with
store.
you. It's all rice.
And finally, friends, today is February 1st.
Yep.
Do you know what this means?
The Super Bowl soon. Valentine's Day.
President's Day.
President's Day, yeah.
That we don't get to celebrate.
But you know what else?
What?
It's time! It's baseball month! That's right! The seasons begin! College baseball! The spring training!
You don't even like spring training.
Well, you have to have spring training so you can have a season.
Why don't they?
The Cubs still have to sign Bellinger. It's baseball month!
What are you going to do if they don't?
Then I'll be looking forward to football season.
Oh, no, you're going to
Unless they find another Cody Bellinger. You know, someone who's kind of on the downhill slide and then finds a rejuvenation at Wrigley Field. Speaking of rejuvenation, nothing rejuvenates you more than baseball. The flowers, the grass, the ivy blooming at Wrigley Field. Oh, it's a glorious month. Happy baseball month, Josh.
Baseball month. Is this NBC?
Yes.
Yes. Are we going to
Welcome.
do our baseball predictions again this year?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's time to start fired up for baseball. It's going to be a long segment every week.
It's not fired up for
tomorrow the
baseball.
Orioles play the Yankees. The next day, the Orioles play the Yankees
Are
again.
we going to do 30 teams in 30 days?
That would actually be a really funny bit, man. I'd have to really work hard, though, to get questions for every baseball team. 30 teams and 30 grums. Wow, baseball month. Congrats to you,
baseball
John.
month.
Congrats to you
Baseball month.
and yours. I'm very happy for you.
I'm happy for America. This is our national pastime.
Baseball.
402-951-1620 is the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. You can also text it, as Jake did earlier when he was talking about how crappy 2005 was in movies.
Oh, yeah.
And if you would like to email the Grum, the Equitable Bank inbox is John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Apparently, the officials in last night's Northwestern Purdue game were already looking ahead to today and baseball month because they might as well be umpiring a baseball game.
Is John going to get his officiating soapbox out?
Oh, he's got so many soapbox today. We're talking NIL again, and John's going to get upset
I can't
about
believe we
things.
only make him pay us a quarter for
What did
one
it say on
soapbox.
there? Everybody's doing it. So we're going to do that now today. We kind of hit on that. Yeah, we hit on that yesterday. Now we have to hit on everyone's doing it again. Everybody's doing it.
Are you sad?
If everyone jumped off a cliff, would you, John?
No, I wouldn't.
No, you now agree with John Nick on NIL today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, you'll find,
All right. Andrew writes, the Challenger explosion was traumatizing to little kids watching. It could have been way worse because the original plan was to send Big Bird up.
That's true. Big Bird
replace him later with a teacher.
Yep.
Oh, it's such a bummer that Big Bird wasn't on it. That would have been amazing.
Big Bird was supposed to.
You sadistic bastard!
A real person died, John, instead of a stuffed animal.
Canonically, they would have had to kill him, right?
Big Bird would have had to die.
They would have done a whole episode about Big
They
Bird's
already
death.
did when Mr. Hooper passed away.
They would have had to do it earlier.
Can you imagine that? They were like, sorry, Big Bird's been canceled from Sesame Street.
I'm really glad that, well, I'm sad for Krista McAuliffe and everyone on board, but
R.I.P.
That would have been worse.
It would have been worse if Big Bird was on
Charles,
there.
can you imagine all the feathers falling?
I lived during that time. I don't recall that ever be. I think that's an old wives' tale. I don't think they were sending Big Bird into space.
Or maybe
So you're saying
I believe
information
the
that
plan
has
was
recently come
always
out.
to send a teacher into space because they had this big old thing where teachers applied. from
Here's
all
a
across
story
the
from the History Channel. Big Bird nearly rode on the disastrous Challenger mission. Wow. That would have been so bad.
Is that what's the worst Sesame Street character that could have gone up in the Challenger? Is it Big Bird?
Probably in terms
Elmo,
of like how
right?
people would have felt about it?
Yeah, probably Elmo,
Think
right?
Ernie.
No, Elmo
see you
wasn't.
later, Ernie.
Elmo wasn't that big a deal in the mid '80s.
Oh, I was all about Elmo in the early.
Yeah, when did
2000s.
Tickle Me Elmo get big, John? The early 90s?
Yeah, Elmo didn't get big until the '90s.
John's generation said, "Screw you, you red
Well,
little."
no, he
fuzzball."
didn't exist.
Laugh it up, fuzzball.
He was a newer character to
Elmo
my
was a
generation.
new character to your generation.
Yeah.
Wow, I just assumed he was always around.
No, Elmo was a newer character.
Wow, Big Bird's old as hell.
Big Bird's OG, baby.
Nice. And thankfully still alive. Well, Kelsey, Tickle Me Elmo was released in 96? Holy crap. I thought that was early 90s.
I thought it was earlier too.
See, I don't remember being like cognizant of Tickle Me Elmo, but I would have been cognizant in 96. I guess that explains it because I wouldn't have wanted to Tickle Me Elmo in 96. I was too busy worried about Nebraska beating Texas in the Big 12 championship game. And then they lost.
Sad.
Yeah.
All right. Before Josh celebrates any more inanimate objects' demise.
Can I read Chance's comment on the YouTube?
Oh, boy.
Some kid probably saw social studies explode on television and just thought, sweet, substitute all year. Wow. Chance! Had a family.
He didn't go another direction, though, and
We're
I
really
appreciate
pushing
that.
up against the YouTube moderation.
Yeah, the
system
YouTube
right
folks are really not going to be happy today.
Mhm.
And I'm not taking any responsibility. 1620 the zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Happy Super Bowl to all who celebrate, John, from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and with the big game this year. New customers, go to FanDuel.com/1620 and you can get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Whether it's the team that you like, whether it's a total you like, just go to FanDuel.com/1620 and take advantage today.
FanDuel always gives us great props, but of course, the Super Bowl itself is the game that ultimately decided what the props were all about. And there are going to be plenty for the big game. So just make that first $5 winning bet and get $200 in bonus bets if that bet wins. For new customers, just visit FanDuel.com/1620. That's FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus in present in Iowa. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Score big savings this weekend only at NFM. Supercharge your fan cave experience. Get everything from electronics to seating and more. Save up to $1,300 on select TVs and get free next day delivery on TVs 51 inches or larger. Get up to 65% off recliners. Save on game day essentials like select Weber griddles and air fryers. Plus 24-month financing is available on qualifying purchases only at NFM. Local metro areas. Minimum monthly payments required. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
It's a good thing. So people need to get on board and shut the hell up.
On 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back. Last night, thrilling game.
Which game?
Purdue and number 2 Purdue and Northwestern.
Can it be thrilling if there are that many free throws?
Well, that's a great question, Josh, because there were a lot of free throws. Well, at least for one team. Purdue attempted 46 free throws to Northwestern's 8. It is the largest discrepancy in a power conference game in more than 10 years. Rob Anderson, who's always quick on the trigger, he loves looking up stats. It doesn't even have to involve his team.
What do you? Yeah.
But he knows where to go to find the stats.
This stuff?
Oh, there's a program.
Okay, good for him.
There's a website that's very good.
Probably subscribes to it, right?
And he knows how to manipulate the right controls. But you have to go back to 2012, Texas at Oklahoma State for a power conference game that had this kind of a free throw discrepancy. It was so bad that Chris Collins got ejected from the game, but as the game was ending, which is a boss move. I mean, you get thrown out as the buzzer's going off.
Yeah, he's like shaking hands of the Purdue side, and then he's yelling at the refs and shaking hands.
And then he walks off the floor and does the two-hand wave to the crowd saying, hey, Bring it on. Bring it on.
Yeah.
But this is another stat that blew me away. Northwestern is the only Division I team in the last quarter century to score 95 points or more, shoot 55% or better, dish out 20 or more assists, have fewer than 10 turnovers, and still lose.
Wow.
Division I teams were 763-0. 763-0 with those criteria.
Well, I mean, it's an incredible amount of positivity. That many points, first of all, that type of shooting percentage. So it's obviously not just relied on playing in like a triple overtime game or something. That many assists, and then that few turnovers. So you talk about an incredible assist to turnover ratio. You're talking about an incredible shooting percentage. Obviously a lot of points, and then you lose.
Here was Chris Collins after the game.
I'm not going to go into the officiating. We have great officiating. I just don't know if I've ever seen a box score like that. Honestly, I've been, you guys, I don't know, you guys have been doing this too. A lot of you guys have been covering. I don't know if you've ever seen a disparity like that in a Big Ten game, which is like Purdue. Obviously, we're fouling that much. I mean, I feel like we're aggressive though too. I felt like, Boo Buie doesn't shoot a free throw in the game. It's kind of crazy, but that's how the game's called. And you got to live with it. That's why I was so proud of my guys. If you're down 50 at the free throw line and you have a shot at the buzzer. So, you almost have to play perfect, and so our guys showed a lot of poise.
There's a lot of, towards the end of the game, and there was a call right along the baseline where the Purdue offensive player just took his offhand and just hooked it around the Northwestern defender. That should have been a foul. There's another video that was out there of Edey going up for a shot, and his hand, he's got the ball, but it's his hand that's in between the arms of the defender. So it's the opposite of what you normally see, where a defender's got his hands up inside the hands of the other guy. It was the exact opposite, and yet they called the foul on Northwestern.
Mm-hmm.
It's classic crap officiating. And, 46-8. I can't imagine that.
Especially in a game that goes to overtime.
And like I said, Rob Anderson had that stat about Texas and Oklahoma State being the last power conference game. There have been several other games since between those two games, the one last night and the one in 2012, but they're all games between like power conference schools and like low majors, where a team is grossly outmatched. And the only way they can defend is by fouling.
Yeah.
It just shows you how just insane that game was called last night.
Yeah, and Happer had some good numbers on his show today where, Purdue is they don't foul a whole lot, right? And Northwestern does. Northwestern does foul more, but to see that type of discrepancy. And I know with Edey, it's always, and we see this, John, over the years with like these big basketball players. A Shaquille O'Neal, for example, is the one that I always think of as like, him and his team, they think that the fouls aren't called enough. Whereas the opponent is saying, whoa, why aren't you calling more on him? He is such a beast in there. And it's, he is thus calling fouls. And it's just like, I don't know what you do with those situations, but to see that type of discrepancy, 46-8, it's a wild number, especially again for a game that goes to overtime.
Yeah. Well, speaking of basketball, big one tonight in Lincoln. Has that line flipped? We've been talking, we didn't even check the Super Bowl line today. We're going to check the Super Bowl line. Are we still sitting at 1.5s? I'm guessing we are.
2.5.
Back to 2.5.
Interesting. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about with this game.
Well, then you'd probably use some of those powers so you don't have to shave that beard of yours in a couple of weeks.
Oh, I'll pick correct. Again, has the comeback begun on Nick? It has indeed. I've outscored him by like 3 points, 4 in the last 2 weeks.
I'm on a 3-0 run.
Hey, John,
I'm running, baby.
You do that over the course of a year, and I'm kicking Nick's butt by like 100 points.
I guess you got a point.
There you go. Thank you.
But big one tonight. We'll take a quick look at that. And how much exactly is home court advantage worth at PBA? Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow, and it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Friends, you need to get yourself involved and join Subscribe Today, our email club. You know it because it says Subscribe Today on the homepage of 1620thezone.com. We had a meeting today about some of the exciting things we're doing surrounding the madness of March. I think you're going to want to be a member of Subscribe Today, and it's super simple. You just go to 1620thezone.com, you find the Subscribe Today thing, enter your email, and that's it.
You have subscribed today.
And we won't attack you with any undue stuff.
Nope.
And you'll have easier access to qualify for a lot of our cool and neat contests, like some of the stuff we're doing for March Madness. So get yourselves involved and subscribe today. 1620thezone.com.
And John, one of the things that I loved hearing about from that was some of the prizes. Straight cash, homie.
It's good.
Straight cash, homie.
This has been a good week to have a referendum, yay or nay, on analytics. Count Fred Hoiberg in the nay category.
What? He's anti-analytics?
Well, he was this week. So, you know, they have that.
Did they ask him about Dan Campbell?
They did not ask him about Dan Campbell. He was a little more worried about his basketball team after they got thumped at Maryland.
Understandably so.
But the performance lab, which is there in the East Stadium at Memorial Stadium, which is where they do all the training on the athlete. They do the scientific stuff where they figure out, athlete performance and how best to maximize it.
Sure.
Well, they gave Fred Hoiberg the week's plan to figure out, how they're going to manage the players' time and their bodies and whatnot in this time between games. And yesterday, Fred said, quote, I crumpled it up and threw it in the garbage.
Oh, wow.
And I said, we need to go hard and we need to go physical. And that's exactly what we've done the last 3 days.
Wow.
So Fred said, screw your bodies. We're going hard. We're going physical because what we did on Saturday, unacceptable.
Far be it from me to criticize the head coach at the University of Nebraska for their coaching practices.
Of course.
But recovery periods is very important for athletes. I say this as someone who runs.
Well, he's talking about actual athletes.
Oh, my bad.
Who play actual sports.
I see. Interesting.
But
if they're tired tonight, I'm going to criticize them tomorrow and say you should have done a recovery day. Got to get that heart rate lower.
It is interesting to hear this philosophy as opposed to Coach Mac's philosophy that he mentioned last week when we were at the Hope Lodge.
Thank you, Nick, the guy who makes tournaments.
Yes.
I'm not here to judge one side over the other.
Interesting, because he did the old school thing that the old guy likes. Now he's like, punish those kids. Send them to Junction, Texas. Get them outside.
I think the idea was, hey, we got to get tougher if we're going to win these games.
Aaron agrees with Fred. He isn't wrong. They were soft the other day.
You're also going to be soft if your muscles are jello from going
Bingo,
too hard
Nick!
all the time.
Charles writes, yes, pain management is very important to athletes. Couldn't agree more.
Well,
you know what today was for me, John? A recovery day.
Yeah, you know what?
Lower that heart rate.
You know what I look forward to? All the takes tomorrow if Nebraska doesn't play well.
Yep. Amazing Danny
Or
says,
if they do play well.
I bet he actually nicely folded it and set it in the recycling bin. Yeah, don't throw the trash away unless it needs to be recycled there, Fred. He's burning the planet down, and he's, overworking his guys.
Well,
burning his players down.
Listen, Fred knows his constituency.
Yeah. Nice, John. Well done.
But tonight,
we don't recycle a damn thing here at Nebraska.
Tonight, Wisconsin over at PBA.
The line has bounced around a bit over
like a ball on a court.
Nicely done, Nick. The current line on the FanDuel Sportsbook promo code 1620 is +1.5.
On
what
a neutral
does Bart
floor,
say?
Well, on a neutral floor, I'll tell you that
Happer's little Ken Palm.
Okay, you mock, but tonight Bart has it 75-73 Wisconsin.
Screw you, Bart.
On a neutral floor, the Ken Palm numbers would put Wisconsin at a 10-point favorite.
Holy God! So you're saying Nebraska's home floor is worth 8 points? That seems impossible.
That does seem
home court
impossible.
Can't be that good. Now, can you look at Bart on a neutral floor?
Well, what Bart
no.
isn't telling us is they actually put spike traps in the floor
for the road teams.
Yeah,
Bart can't do neutral floor.
Well, I don't know how Bart's calculates
who can do
versus
floor?
Ken Palm.
Ken Palm. Yeah, tough look for Bart.
Well,
here.
I have to still do the math.
Seems like the most basic thing to do.
One of our favorite degenerate gamblers, Michael Severe, points out that the home teams this year are 36-25 against the spread.
Okay. In what games?
In home games. So the Big Ten home teams.
Big Ten home teams in Big Ten home games
are 36-25.
Okay.
And odds makers are adjusting because of it. I would guess the Nebraska-Wisconsin game will be around Badgers -1 or -2. Michael hits it on the nose. And of course, Nebraska is 5-0 against the spread and straight up at home in conference this year. So, I mean, this is this would appear to be a very wise adjustment by
It's wild that their home
the odds
court,
makers.
It's wild that their home court advantage could be considered that good. Let me ask you a question. Do you think, and we kind of hit on this yesterday, is this a true fork in the road where if they lose tonight, are you saying I am done with them as an NCAA tournament team?
No, I'm not done with them, but it would be a big hit.
Here's why
it would be a big hit.
Here's why I will disagree with you. I think if they lose tonight, it will be a big hit to them mentally because suddenly then the home atmosphere and reliance on winning all these games at home, that goes away if you lose a home game tonight with, over a month to go in the regular season. I think it's a huge hit to their confidence, not to mention they suck on the road.
Yeah,
this game is must win.
Almost exactly 2 months to the day since Nebraska lost at home.
Who'd they lose to?
I'll get back to it. I'm not sure.
That's why I think that it's massive.
But here's why it could be massive, though, from a tournament standpoint. It's time for the Big Red, Big Bart update. So here's where my buddy Bart has Nebraska right now on his tournament projections. And remember, Bart's tournament projections projects out the rest of the season based on his numbers and where the season's gone so far, and spits out these numbers. Nebraska is back to being the last of the last four in.
Okay.
With a just under 39% chance of making the NCAA tournament. Virginia, Butler, Wake Forest, and Virginia Tech nipping at their heels.
Nipping?
Right here as part of the last four in. But when I say it could be pretty big, here's tonight's Who You're Rooting For. Look at the percentage difference in a Nebraska win versus a Nebraska loss.
Oh, I'm smart. I nailed it. So if they lose this game, they have a 16% chance to make the tournament?
According to Bart's numbers, they would drop to about 17%.
So how do you disagree with me when your guy Bart essentially says? I said fork in the road. If they lose this, they're basically not making the tournament. You said no, I wouldn't say that. That's basically not making the tournament.
Well,
that's a 1 in 5 chance to make it. Not even.
Okay, but there's still time to build that number back up.
Nah, no way. I stand with Bart on this one. Bart and me sitting in a tree.
Bart.
They wouldn't be out.
They basically would be. 17% chance, John?
Yeah, but you're saying out as in it won't happen, period.
Yeah.
This is just based on projections.
I put it
By
on
the way,
list.
a win, 57% chance of making the tournament.
See, spot on. You're proving my point right now. Thank you, John. I've great evidence.
Do you
in the
realize?
case of me.
You realize
Thank
that
you.
next week when we see the Northwestern and the Illinois Big Red Big Bart update, the numbers are going to be as dramatic?
I don't know about that because it's a home game. Though.
Trust me, it's my buddy Bart. Me and Bart, we're tight. Handshake
were you
emoji.
looking for the last home game Nebraska lost?
Earlier? Yes.
It was
yes.
great.
Oh, is that who it was?
What was the score?
You don't have to bring that up, Nick.
89-60.
Yikes. Seemed worse.
Ooh, 89-60.
I was watching the NFL that day. Wasn't great.
But yeah, it is big.
Thank you.
Well, it is big.
Not in that way, you sicko.
But you see, the difference between me and you is you're always looking for that door to open so you can declare them dead.
No, that's
I,
not
on the
true.
other hand, am more patient because this isn't football where every game is its own referendum. I realize there's a bigger season. But I mean, it is huge from an emotional standpoint because you do have it's the aura of
Bingo.
PBA,
the vault,
and you're coming off of a thumping already, and you're going on the road to play 2 quad 1 games.
Now,
one against one of the other heavy hitters in this conference. You got Purdue, you got Wisconsin, you got Illinois.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 real heavy hitters right now. Some people would argue that Michigan State should be in there. I wouldn't do that quite yet. But,
yeah,
I mean, you're literally playing the cream of the Big Ten crop this year, minus Purdue, over the course of these next 3 games.
Thankfully, they also get Northwestern, who fouls to the nth degree, so they'll get probably 50 free throws.
Oh, but here's the tit for tat. Because the biggest lie ever told was a referee who says, I don't believe in makeup calls.
Nice.
How much you want to bet that Northwestern's going to get treated real nice in their next game or 2?
No, is their next game Nebraska?
I don't know I don't think their next game.
Thank God.
We should keep an eye on this. We should track this.
How many free throws or fouls they get called for?
Yeah, why not?
Man, I miss football season already. We're keeping track of Northwestern fouls.
Yeah.
This is the content.
Northwestern's next home game is against Nebraska. They're at Minnesota on Saturday.
Bring back bet of the day.
Oh.
Northwestern to cover.
You want to bring it back?
No, absolutely not. Some responses. Casey Mike's mom says, Coach Nick, settle down. Coach Hoiberg wants to go hard and physical. I'm in for that philosophy.
She would be.
Some actual.
I would take Casey Mike's mom as very non-analytics.
Speaking of hard and physical, Matt says people got so excited for that one Matt Rule practice before Illinois. Maybe this will be like that.
perhaps.
That was a Sunday. These are our practices all week long.
Yeah, he was
gotta
working
have a
hard this
recovery
week.
day. You can't just do workouts every day. Chance points out, I can't believe it took this long to make this a Simpsons joke. Good point. That made me laugh very, very hard. Douglas, you remember Douglas from last week's phone call about the soccer stadium and how traffic will be the worst thing known to man.
Sure.
Douglas writes, Hoiberg is coaching his ass off this year and lost his love for the college game. Problem is rules around players NIL changed, and NU doesn't want to play that game. Hoiberg doesn't love the college game anymore, says Douglas. I don't know where he got that opinion from.
I don't know either. I would say this, though. If Nebraska is to win tonight,
Riverfront.
I think they need Nebraska actually shot the ball well at Wisconsin a few weeks ago, but unfortunately, they just didn't defend worth a darn.
Yeah.
They're going to need to shoot it that well tonight because Wisconsin is 7th best in the country at not allowing offensive rebounds. So, in other words, you're not going to get a lot of second chances. And Nebraska had their 2nd worst offensive rebounding rate of the year the first time in Madison. So, if that holds true.
That was a bad game.
If that holds true, Nebraska's going to have to make a good percentage of their shots. They can't rely on second chance points.
Points.
And can they make it an off night for Wisconsin? Because Wisconsin's pretty good from 2. They're a decent 3-point shooting team, but Nebraska's 2-point field goal defense is top 30, and Wisconsin is top 70 in 2-point field goal offense. But unfortunately, the first matchup, Nebraska had their 2nd worst defensive game of the year by an efficiency standpoint in Madison. So that has to improve as well. The good news is, again, you're at home. This team is just totally different at home. But you get a feeling, Josh, that something's going to break. Something very soon is going to break.
Talking about the fan base?
No.
The players.
It's either the aura of Pinnacle Bank is going to break.
Yep.
Or
spike traps in the floor.
Or this mental block or whatever it is you want to call it of Nebraska being unable to win on the road. One of those two things feels like it is about to give.
Yeah, I think you're right. A couple more responses. Mike writes, just think, 3 weeks ago, you had a guest essentially guarantee Nebraska would be in the tournament. Okay, who was this? Who guaranteed this?
Was it Rob?
I don't know. Never count your chickens before they're hatched. They are who we think they are. That's why he plays the games. And then Rusty tweets in, our guy Bart, and it's his website. Bart Torvik.
Well, I don't know if that's the Bart Torvik.
Oh, okay.
He's a personal injury lawyer.
He's a skilled personal injury and foodborne illness attorney.
I don't know if this is the Bart Torvik because I was looking that up today too.
Yeah.
I wanted a picture of my buddy Bart.
Yeah.
You should reach out to him, John. Be like, hey, I don't need a lawyer, but
his website is Bart of T Law. He is of T Law.
He is of T Law.
Hell yeah, Bart.
Yeah.
Get it done, man.
All right. Well, more on this game coming up in a little bit with Robin Washut. But coming up next, Tennessee's athletic director also pulled out the flamethrower.
Yeah, he
today.
put out a big giant orange graphic.
It was
so orange.
It was so
I kept
orange.
scrolling through Twitter because every college football person I follow quoted it. And it's just like orange.
It was a lot of orange.
Yeah.
A lot of orange. So much orange that you almost thought it was a college basketball writer threatening an anonymous guy on Twitter about his movie.
Whoa.
Don't you remember that line?
Oh, yeah.
Don't you look good in orange?
Oh, yeah.
1620 the zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Had a bad experience, Josh. Would you like to talk about it? In high school, I had a girlfriend who was trying to change my appearance to be more like Harry Potter. I don't know what tipped me off.
You were like, are you trying to Harry Potterize me?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but that was pretty much the beginning of the end for that.
Wow, what a time.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
mostly cloudy but warm for your Thursday with a high today in Omaha near 55 degrees with light winds out of the east, northeast up to 10 miles an hour. Tonight, staying mostly cloudy with another round of patchy fog possible by the morning north of the Omaha metro. A low of 39 with easterly winds staying light up to 10 miles an hour. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KATV Newswatch 7.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to keep fans across the country in the action on the biggest game days of the year. Whether you're one of 65,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium or you're streaming the game at home with Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds, whenever it matters most, Cox keeps you connected. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal are coupons valued at $50 on sale for just $25 to the Woodcliff restaurant at Woodcliff Lake in Fremont. It's perfect for a romantic dinner or to bring the whole family to enjoy a culinary treat for any special occasion. $50 on sale for just $25 to the Woodcliff restaurant at Woodcliff Lake in Fremont. This week's half-off deal.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
My game's butter, your toast.
On 1620 The Zone.
Mr. Rick texts into the show, finishing up the combo about Nebraska and Wisconsin. I have a fear that Chucky will have the game of his career. I do want to remind people it's okay to boo somebody at a basketball game. I'm very worried that they're going to boo him, and then there will be people clutching their pearls like they did last year. Was that last year or was that 2 years ago?
I don't remember.
People are so upset about it. It's okay. It's okay to boo somebody. That's my take.
It's funny how folks will clutch their pearls when they were booing Chucky a couple of years ago.
Yep.
They don't clutch their pearls when they boo Creighton.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Great question, John.
But one of them's from Nebraska. Well, yeah, so is the university. Exactly. So
it was so dumb.
Fans, do what you do.
Yep.
And stop fan shaming. If there's one thing that annoys me about Nebraska fans, it's that there's a too much fan shaming.
No, to be fair, this was not fans who were fan shaming. This was scribes.
Fans, scribes. I guarantee there were fans too.
Don't fan shame.
There were
scribes.
fans too. We
don't do it.
Scribe shaming.
We do too much fan policing and not enough of the right kind of fan policing.
What does that mean?
Well, I think there needs to be better fan policing when it comes to, not being jerks.
Oh.
Booing someone at a basketball game is not being a jerk.
Okay. But being like a Rams fan, those are the people we need
Right.
to shame.
So what's the line?
Why would we shame winners?
Winners.
We're winners.
Winners. Interesting.
Winners.
Interesting.
What are you gonna do after the Super Bowl when Frisco wins?
Great question, Nick.
You don't have your leaning post anymore.
You won't have that reigning, defending NFC world champion. You won't have that anymore. And it'll be your second least favorite team lifting up the trophy.
Then your wife is going to hold it over your head. Wrigley's going to be dressed up.
Did you forget who they're playing?
No, I didn't.
They ain't playing Dallas.
Dallas didn't play them in
They
the
ain't
playoffs.
playing the Jets.
No, they're playing the Kansas
They're
City
not
Chiefs.
playing some scrub.
Last week
They're
you
playing
picked,
Patrick Mahomes.
Last week you picked the Chiefs to lose. You don't even think they're that good, and now
Hey.
you're saying they're awesome? All year long, John, you and I were handshake memeing it up about how good the 49ers were. And now, at the most important time, you're going to pick against the best team in the NFL?
With the best quarterback?
Okay. No, that's Matt Stafford, according to John, and he's been home for 2 weeks.
Do we need to fan police John right now?
Yes, I think we do. John is too big of a homer. Adam writes, I think John is scared of Mike McDonald and the Seahawks.
Yes, that's what I'm scared of. I'm scared of Mike McDonald and the Seahawks. I ain't scared of nothing.
Nice.
Neither is Tennessee. Danny White. You remember Danny White from such hits as I hired Scott Frost to be my coach at Central Florida.
That was a hit for the record.
It worked out.
He had his one winning season ever.
He could golf whenever he wanted.
True.
Nick, he did golf whenever he wanted.
But he put out a statement today regarding the lawsuit that was filed not by Tennessee, but by the state of Tennessee and Virginia regarding the NIL rules and the inconsistent application thereof. It's basically on behalf of Tennessee, who's being investigated for improper NIL benefits.
Yes.
And the whole point is that NIL is not supposed to be an inducement for recruiting. And the charge is that an NIL collective representing Tennessee flew one of their top recruits and paid them millions of dollars before, and did all this before they actually became a Tennessee athlete.
And he did so on a very orange graphic.
Danny White put out a statement today that says the NCAA generally does not comment on infractions cases because there's a rule against it. However, that has not stopped them in the past from leaking information to the media as they did this week about us. Their actions made this ill-conceived investigation public and forced us to defend ourselves. It is clear that the NCAA staff does not understand what is happening at the campus level all over the country in the NIL space. After reviewing thousands of Tennessee coach and personnel phone records, so Tennessee personnel, NCAA investigators didn't find a single NIL violation, so they moved the goalpost to fit a predetermined outcome. They are stating that the nebulous, contradictory NIL guidelines written by the NCAA, not the membership. Again, the membership is the NCAA, Danny.
People forget.
Don't matter, and applying the old booster bylaws to collectives. If that's the case, then 100% of the major programs in college athletics have significant violations. This is obviously silly and not productive, as is blaming the membership whenever they are challenged. We need to be spending our time and energy on solutions to better organize college athletics in the NIL era, something that NCAA leadership failed to do back in 2021. Student athletes, prospective student athletes, coaches, and administrators across the country deserve better. And I refuse to allow the NCAA to irrationally use Tennessee as an example for their own agenda.
I have a take on this all. I think whatever Tennessee did, it's not going to be great for them. And that's why they're I think that's why they are going so hard in the paint.
It's not going to be great for Tennessee?
Yeah. Methinks they doth protest a bit too much with all this.
Interesting. Because basically the Danny White defense, I could have paraphrased that entire email into the everybody else does
well,
it too.
and John, he basically said that, right? Where was the part? Then 100% of major programs in college athletics have significant violations.
And what he's alluding to is that these aren't Tennessee violations. The rules that were reportedly broken were done so by a collective who's technically not Tennessee. And that the NCAA is now moving the goalposts to cover collectives as well as the schools. So in other words, yes, it's illegal if Danny White gets on the phone and says, hey, get a plane and put it on my credit card and go pick up Johnny All-Star, 5-star All-American.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Goodbye. Versus the collective who technically isn't working for the school, doing the same thing. He's saying the NCAA is overreaching by saying, well, you can't find us guilty of doing anything, but the collective who just happens to be based in our hometown and just happens to be working with us, but they're not working with us, did it.
Yeah, so
that's what he's defending.
I am in one of two minds on this. One mind is they were super duper duper brazen in that athletic story 2 years ago, and so that is playing a major part in this entire situation.
Was about the what's the name of the collective? The not the Hive. That's different.
No.
Grove.
No, that's Ole Miss.
It's one of the.
Is it a V? The Vector? The
The
Victor?
Vector.
The Viper? Is it the Viper?
Dolores. Anyway.
But yeah, that's so
yeah, that
Spire.
Spire.
So on one, well, Samsonite was way off
with the Y.
So thank you, Nick. So I think that like I'm in one mind. The other mind is yes, everybody is doing this,
Yes.
and it shows the fallacy of this whole operation and why I have never been that upset about any of this is that it's under the table, above table. You can't entice, but they're enticing. It's like, duh. Again, to quote Don Draper. That's what the money is for. Why have name, image, likeness if you as a university or a friend of the university can't use it to entice a player to come to Georgia or Tennessee or Nebraska? What's the purpose then? You want to be able to say we have all of the best offerings. The problem with Tennessee is that they were doing it and they were saying, look at us.
Yes.
We do it really, really well.
Yes.
And like, while I think that that's funny, that is ultimately what is going to get them or has gotten them in trouble, there are rules. I think the rules are stupid. And I think all of this is very dumb because I know what every school is doing. But if the rules are you're not allowed to brag about it, then don't brag about it. Don't brag about it.
A Tennessee football player has filed a declaration supporting this lawsuit. Jackson Lampley, offensive lineman for the Vols, filed a 6-page declaration today where he outlines how NIL plays a role in the decisions of recruits and has helped college athletes. He also attests to how prospects should be able to communicate with collectives during their recruiting process, and signing a letter of intent ends the negotiation window. Lampley wrote in his testimony, the signing of the LOI signals the end of the recruiting process. Once the LOI is executed, competing schools are forbidden from contacting that recruit. They do so anyway. While many athletes providing non-binding verbal commitments to a school prior to signing the LOI, that does not necessarily signal the end of the recruiting process. So
a couple
and the story never ends. It goes on and on and on.
I got a text from someone who's involved in a local collective, says it does not matter. Tennessee's collective is full of Tennessee's boosters. They can't hide it under a collective. A booster did it, and that attaches the university. The argument Tennessee should be making is that what the collective actions didn't actually induce the recruit to come to Tennessee. And again, editors know, which is why I would say, like, yeah, but how do you? It's just so hard, because it's like, obviously that's what you're doing. Back to the text. The whole thing is ridiculous, though. Everyone is doing it. For the NCAA to think this wouldn't happen when they greenlit NIL is
of course
ridiculous.
Because when they greenlit it, it went from 0 to 100. It went from nothing to everything.
Yeah.
Instead of even attempting to say, all right, we're going to ease our way into this. No, it was more like, we panic, doors open, let all the rats in. By the way, this is a tangential Nebraska connection to this whole story, because Florida is being investigated too. And this goes back to the recruitment of Jaden Rashada, the quarterback who flipped from Miami to Florida and then found out that the Florida deal fell through, and thus he was left holding no bag.
Eventually, yeah. The bag.
Well, Florida dismissed their director of NIL and player engagement today. Do you remember Marcus Castro Walker?
Yeah. Oh, I do.
He's famously known as the guy in the sunglasses who was basically Scott Frost's get-back coach.
Yeah. Ask Damon about him. He always loved being asked about that guy. Remember that?
But anyway, that's what became of Marcus Castro Walker. He ended up going to Florida. Well, now he's been dismissed, and we assume it's probably in connection of all of this.
One more thing before Robin. Kyle asks, how far are we from Big Ten and SEC commissioners telling schools not to obey any NCAA ruling? I almost think we're pretty close.
I really don't know.
Nice, Nick.
I mean, at some point, I know that everything's been just this incremental breaking apart. But I just get a feeling there is going to be a massive tipping point.
Yeah.
Where everything collapses and people are left trying to pick up the pieces. I don't know how it's going to look. I don't know when it's going to happen. I just have a feeling, though, it is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the day where it will be mass chaos and people will be like, okay, what happens? It in a way, not to trivialize it too much, but it'll feel like that day when COVID shut everything down.
Yeah.
Where we just kept getting thing after thing saying this event's canceled and this thing is canceled and this thing is canceled. And we're all just left going, well, what do we do now? We're going to have one of those moments in regards to all of this. I just don't know what it's going to look like or when it's going to
It's an interesting comparison.
Coming up next, Robin Washut about tonight's game. Hopefully it doesn't happen before Nebraska takes the floor tonight against Wisconsin, because I really need to see how this story ends.
Good call.
16-20 the zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers,
and even you Jayskers.
we are 1620 the zone.
Settling down can be good, but resigning yourself to lower energy, hair loss, decreased sex drive, you don't have to. Hair loss is common as we get over 50. Lower sex drive and ED happens to over half of us after 40. You can get professional help, and it's as simple as going to hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
This is a sale so hot, Standard Heating and Air can only do it once a year. Right now, buy a Carrier air conditioner from Standard Heating and Air and get a free furnace. Now, that's a hot deal.
StandardAC.com, where we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Down the 7
The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, the final tour, live in Omaha. With special guest Steely Dan. The Eagles, CHI Health Center, Saturday, February 10th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, the final tour.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
So I think it will go great for the old Commanders, and hopefully he continues to wear a backwards hat as a 53-year-old head coach.
Yeah, I think it's funny that like in an era where everyone is moving in the direction of offense and they're going to have a number 2 pick at, presumably they'll draft a quarterback, that they're going defensive first. It makes me wonder, Robin, what happened with Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I think he's probably holding out and waiting for, maybe other jobs to open up. And I know that I saw some like tweets about what happened with that. Like, certainly he was the number 1 candidate for some of those jobs, but I think like the ideal job that he wanted didn't work out. And so I think he's going to just wait a cycle and see what pops up, because there could be some interesting opportunities that pop open, including potentially your boys down in Dallas.
Oh, I wouldn't want him to be the head coach, so I hope not.
That's Deion Sanders. We all know that's
Good point. Well, we talked about this game earlier, but it's a big one tonight. given who the next three opponents are, the next two on the road, and this being the only one at home, how do you view this game tonight, Robin? Does it feel like make or break territory tonight?
I don't know if I would go that far, just because once you get past these next three, the schedule lightens up pretty significantly. So the opportunity to regain some momentum and stockpile some wins, I think as of now, there's at least one more quad one opportunity at Ohio State left on the schedule. So I don't think it's like a season defining game if you lose it, but certainly if you win it, you're in a much better spot coming out of these next four, even if you do lose the next two on the road. I think this 4-game stretch, starting with the Maryland game on through Wisconsin, Illinois, Northwestern, like you were hoping that if you're Nebraska that, you at least get one of them, hopefully two, and then kind of keep your head above water going into the way things kind of ease up for you with the back end of the schedule. So, if you can get one win, and that one win is against the number 6 team in the country, and that gives you 2 top 10 wins on the season, I think you'll take that, even if it comes at the expense of losing the other 3 on the road. So, it's a big opportunity for Nebraska to be able to salvage, a situation where they've already missed so many opportunities on the road that if you can continue to stockpile these big wins at home, at least that kind of keeps you in position to stay in the NCAA tournament conversation during the final stretch of the season.
Robin, one of the things John brought up earlier was, on top of the idea, I guess, if this is a fork in the road and things could go sideways with the losses, the aura of the arena. And, so much of the prognostication for the next month involves them continuing to have success at home if you get another win tonight. Does that take a large hit if they lose, even with how good Wisconsin is?
Potentially. But, I think most people understand that Wisconsin's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're competing for a Big Ten championship for a reason. They're the top 6 team in the country for a reason. And so, this is like, if Wisconsin wins comfortably, it wouldn't surprise me. If Nebraska beats Wisconsin, it wouldn't surprise me either, just considering how different of a team they are in their home arena. So it's, again, I'm sure some people will view it in the football mentality where one game defines an entire season, but really that's not the case. In a lot of ways, the fact that there's still plenty of opportunities left, including a much more manageable final stretch to be able to get to that 2021 win mark going into the conference tournament. Then I think that to completely throw the season out the window just because you lost all 4 of a difficult 4-game stretch, I don't know. I'm sure some fans will, but I would advise against it because, there's going to be a lot of opportunities still on the table, even if they don't get any of these 4 that are kind of that last real grind of the schedule.
I know there's not a ton of good to take away from the first matchup between these two teams, but is there something you saw in the game in Madison that could be a good carryover into tonight?
Well, they played really well offensively. I mean, they shot 50% from the field, hit 12 or 13 3-pointers. And so, they did what they needed to on that end of the floor. And, that bodes well against one of the most efficient offensive teams in the country, is that, you got to be able to keep up with them. And so, from that standpoint, I think they'll be okay. The issue was on the other end of the floor, where Nebraska provided zero resistance to anything Wisconsin wanted to do with the basketball. They hit 13 3-pointers. They scored almost 30 points in the paint, and shot 50% from the field, and really did whatever they wanted throughout the entire game. And for Nebraska to have any chance tonight, they have to make life more difficult for Wisconsin's offense. They can't just make them get so comfortable to where every shot is wide open, and then they're shooting everything with confidence, because that's what happened up in Madison, where guys that had been struggling all of a sudden got some open looks and they hit them, and then they got the momentum rolling, and Nebraska just couldn't do anything defensively to slow that down. So I think that the recipe is there for Nebraska to more than keep up offensively, but the issue is, like always, can they play with the defensive effort that has made them so good at home, and also has made them so poor on the road because they don't travel with it.
You think we see Gary tonight?
I honestly don't know, but like the fact that he was fully practicing, running, full team up and down the floor, that's certainly encouraging. I mean, that means that he's going to have a chance. And, I also thought it was positive when I asked Fred about just the mental aspect of it. He didn't seem to think that was much of a hurdle either. So really, if it's just a physical part, then, I think that they feel pretty good about his chances. Now with the calf strains, they're a tricky thing to where you can feel good, but then all of a sudden, you step wrong and you're in Kevin Durant territory where you have a calf strain that turns into a torn Achilles. So that's the worry that you have, that, even though he's feeling good now and has made a lot of progress over the last couple weeks, there's a risk involved with bringing him back too soon. So obviously it's a huge game, a defining point in the season one way or the other, but you also got to think that there's more basketball to be played beyond this, and they got to make sure that he's ready to go, because you don't want a 60 or 70% Juwan Gary out there and then also throw in the risk of further making that injury even worse.
Speaking of 60 or 70%, what did you think of Fred's I don't care how their legs feel strategy this week? We're going to work hard, and I'm throwing the analytics in the trash. I'm the anti-Dan Campbell.
Well, for a guy that is so into analytics, I thought it was notable. I mean, he's a guy that is way into that stuff. He looks at the percentages and analytics and all that stuff, and they rely on their sports science department a lot, with the heart rate monitors and all that sort of thing in practice. And so they're very cognizant of that sort of stuff. And so to, kind of use that as a motivator this week to say, you know what, I don't care about your load management. You need to work hard and earn the right to play this game. I think that's, I'm sure it can work. Sometimes you need to just get back to the old school methods of, busting guys up in practice and hoping that the way that you practice translates into the game. And for a team that has really struggled with physicality and mental toughness, I guess that's one way to try to solve those issues. So we'll see how it works. If you got a bunch of guys dragging at the under 8 timeout in the second half and it looks like their legs are dead, well, it clearly didn't work. But if they come out and are, fighting for 40 minutes and, play the brand of basketball they're capable of, then maybe that idea was what they should have been doing a long time ago.
Robin, am I wrong in thinking that this could end up being, and of course a large part is going to depend on how the game plays out, but one of the best atmospheres that we've seen at this arena when you consider, the success that they have had at home this year, the importance of tonight. We'll see, I guess, about Gary. Like like you think back to the Purdue game, like there was a lot of empty seats because that was one of those snowy cold nights. I feel like this could be one of the better ones depending on how it goes.
Well, yeah, and they got students back in session too against a top 6 opponent, and so like there's a lot of storylines and a lot of incentive for this to be a big time environment. And then the fact that it's a record high temperature today, beautiful weather, people can come out. It's an early, it's not an 8 o'clock tip, it's a 7:30 tip. So, that might help. But, I think that this should be a game that people get up for just because it's a really big one. And, again, earlier I said it wasn't a make or break game, but it's significant. It's just because of the opportunity that it presents. And if Nebraska can find a way to get this one, all of a sudden that resume looks even better despite their struggles on the road. So you can erase some of the struggles that you've had by getting this one. And they're a different team at home, and that crowd is a big reason because of it. So I would anticipate a big crowd. I think the fans are going to be jacked up for many reasons, and Nebraska generally thrives when the crowd's dialed in.
Does it surprise you that line is sitting where did you say it was? It's at 2 now? It was at one. It was at I saw
1.5. I think was the last number I saw. Yeah.
Which basically implies that PBA is worth 8 points because Ken Palm on a neutral floor would have it at about a 10-point.
1.5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean I can see why they landed on that number just because of Nebraska's home record or outside of the Creighton game. They've been as good as anybody in the Big Ten on their home floor, and they've beaten the best of the best already in that arena. So they've shown that offensively they can keep up with Wisconsin, and they play different defense when they're at PBA. So you combine those two things, I think that's probably right about where the number should be, just because that home court advantage is such a big deal for this particular team.
Robin Washut, HuskerOnline.com. He will be there in person. Do me a favor, keep a camera trained on Jack Mitchell because he's going to be there tonight. And at least we have a scapegoat if they lose.
Jack?
Because
when he goes, they lose.
They tend not to play well when he's in the house.
Is there a musical we can send him to tonight, Robin, at the last minute?
Yeah. Isn't Jesus Christ Superstar playing at the lead, or was Bruns just making that up?
I don't know, but I just send him to the lead anyway.
Just go there.
Going well at half. Yeah, we're kicking him out and getting him a ticket.
Just send him to the lead
in the orchestra section.
Yeah,
send him to the Lincoln Community Playhouse.
Robin, at the same time, 7:30 tonight.
There you go.
Oh my gosh, get him in there. All right, let's buy some tickets.
Did he miss the Purdue game?
Yes, he was at Les Mis.
Well,
he was at Les Mis.
I mean, what's he doing right now?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
I think he's a bad fan.
Well, he's been freshly cleaned out.
Freshly cleaned,
if you will.
He has.
He's been freshly cleaned out.
Yep.
So maybe he thought he purged all the evil
lighter
out of his system. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, that's a great image. Thanks for that, John.
You're welcome.
Yep. We got you.
Welcome. Robin, have a good time tonight. Thanks.
All right. See you guys.
Robin Washut, HuskerOnline.com.
Bye, Robin. Oh, he's already gone.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised, man. Sports fans are finicky creatures.
Yep.
I know someone who was watching one of the games on Sunday and at one point turned off the game because his team was down and followed it on his phone the rest of the game.
That's wild.
And they won.
That's wild.
Yeah, but he didn't want to jinx him.
That is wild.
Mm-hmm.
Did he feel like an idiot or vindicated?
I mean, his team's in the Super Bowl, so I bet he feels a little vindicated.
He probably does.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh's press conference is done.
Oh, man, we didn't get to watch any of it.
He wore a dumb gold tie.
Hey, look.
What is Nick? Why are you anti his tie?
I have realized something very recently
about yourself.
I have an irrational hate for Jim Harbaugh right now.
Okay. Because he could have just stopped at irrational.
He scares me.
For what reason?
He's going to make Justin Herbert a little better than mid.
Little better. He's going to be a lot better. Justin
Aren't
Herbert's
you
going to be a
just
top
scared
5
because
quarterback.
he's a beady-eyed, four-eyed, khaki-wearing
I
goober?
have 4 eyes,
John, to be fair, he doesn't wear the khakis anymore. Now he wears not khakis.
How do you know he's not going to resume wearing khakis when he
Great
plays?
question. I just want him to bring his marker back. Remember the marker with the 49ers? He had a pen that like hung and dangled. He was like Joan from
He had
Mad
a
Men.
dangle pen?
Oh, yeah. Go, Nick,
Yes.
search Jim Harbaugh 49ers.
Yeah,
and
he
you'll
had the
see this-
dangle pen.
He had this pen, and then his play sheet would be attached to something and
Yeah.
flip and flop around on his pants.
Do you think part of the motivation for him to go to the Chargers was because they basically have the same colors as Michigan, so he didn't have to mess with his wardrobe too much?
Didn't think about that. No.
And it's kind of the same colors. I mean,
It's a lighter blue.
It's a lighter blue.
A brighter yellow.
Definitely an iconic logo.
Oh, the Chargers?
No, the one with the LA with the lightning bolt sticking out of the
that
bottom.
one's
It just looks really
Why
dumb.
wouldn't they put a lightning bolt between the L and the A? It
Actually,
would
think
work.
They actually might have done that at one point in time, too.
I don't know.
Have you looked up the 49ers version of Harbaugh?
Look at the pen.
Yeah, he
Bring back the pen. Take the pen.
He had a lot of dangling pens and dangling participles. And
We love
other
the
things that
dangles.
Jingle dangle.
The khakis.
All right, speaking of the NFL, we had a head coach in college football just say goodbye.
Pretty wild. To be a coordinator. Pretty wild.
And someone's pining for Super Saturday.
One person. Just one person, right?
Well, he's kind of a powerful voice. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a stall blocking the right lane on the northbound JFK at Cornhusker Road. Otherwise, a little bit of a delay if you're west on 480 around Leavenworth. Same goes if you're west on Dodge between 680 and 120th. And then delays on eastbound L Street around 42nd and on eastbound Industrial Road around 144th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
It's a celebration of love at Saul's Jewelry and Loan. Now through Valentine's Day, get 50% off a huge selection of jewelry. Diamond rings, 50% off. Gold chains, 50% off. Bracelets, 50% off. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. It's the celebration of love sale at Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to keep fans across the country in the action on the biggest game days of the year. Whether you're one of 65,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium or you're streaming the game at home with Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds, whenever it matters most, Cox keeps you connected. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023.
Hey, it's Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and the Super Bowl is all set, and it's time for you to get involved with the FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook. We have a rematch between the Chiefs and the 49ers in the Super Bowl. The 49ers, slight favorites. I lean toward the underdogs in our Vegas Super Bowl. But if you're not sure on a winner, you could bet an anytime touchdown score, cook yourself up a nice same-game parlay, or check out any of the many props that they'll have for Super Bowl week on the FanDuel Sportsbook. New customers join today, and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Happer and sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Happer. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
We were talking earlier about the Tennessee lawsuit and the fire back from the Tennessee athletic director, basically with the everyone else is doing it too defense. But you do wonder if all of this together isn't just trying to drive people away.
Drive who away? And by who is driving who away?
Well, just everything that has happened and how rapidly things have changed. If there's one group of people, and listen, I get it, there's going to be a lot of folks who will be pulling out the world's smallest violin and crying crocodile tears for these folks. But there are a lot of people in the administrative side or in the coaching side that are just like, man, this is not fun anymore. That the workload has gotten that much more intense, that, you know, recruiting, which is, you have to have a certain personality to enjoy recruiting.
Or to even just want to do it
or
in
to
general.
want to do it, period.
It's a necessary evil.
It is a necessary evil. Some people embrace it and enjoy that process. Others tolerate it, and others just outright hate it.
Yeah.
But it has to be done.
You need to do it well, because like you can dislike it all you want, but you do need good players.
Yes.
I think what good recruiters tap into is their competitive side.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not that you are getting a commitment from, you know, Joe Schmo. You're taking away a commitment from this school
Correct.
to come to your university.
Well, now, because we essentially have unlimited free agency combined with NIL, you're having to recruit everybody all the time. You're having to constantly keep an eye on your roster while also keeping eye on other people's rosters. And tamper or not tamper if you need players.
Mm-hmm.
And it is starting to get to some people. There's a popular theory that, Jay Wright got out at the perfect time. He was like, you know what? I'm good now. I'm good. I don't have the energy for this anymore. But now we've seen the national championship winning coach at his school, Jim Harbaugh, say, I'm off to do other things. Now, certainly you can look at it and say, well, he really wants that Super Bowl. He really wants that on his resume. He feels like there's unfinished business. Absolutely.
Because I think that's why
I cannot deny. But I guarantee you there is not much of Jim Harbaugh that is going to miss the current state of college athletics, given that he was a former player and a coach during times where there was a little more structure. I guarantee you he is not going to miss any of that. And then last night, Jeff Hafley, the head coach at Boston College, said, see ya, I'm going to the NFL. But not as a head coach. He's going to be the Packers defensive coordinator.
And you would assume a pay cut. I looked up his salary last night, and they are a private school, but the numbers that I was able to find were around $3 million. Most coordinators in the NFL do not make around $3 million. So he will most likely get, now cost of living, I imagine.
Oh, in Green Bay, it's cheaper than Boston.
Yeah, certainly. So maybe he ends up getting a pay raise there.
But he is out of there. And there was a story, Pete Thamel of ESPN, a source told him, quote, he wants to go coach football again in a league that is all about football. College coaching has become fundraising, NIL, and recruiting your own team and transfers. There's no time to coach football anymore. So his motivation was, I just want to focus on a job that I feel like I do pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to deal with the fundraising's always been there.
I was just going to say, a lot
Recruiting
of
has
those
always been there. But again, NIL and especially the transfer portal, which is unlimited, unregulated free agency, has changed the game entirely.
Now, you said something at the beginning of this segment, and this is certainly how I operate in a lot of these coaching moves or retirements, and that is like people, break out the world's smallest violin. Like, I am not going to feel bad for these people, given the amount of money that they are paid. Not to quote Don Draper twice in the same show, but that's what the money is for, right? Like, I would say from this perspective, and maybe I'm off on this, you got into radio in the mid-90s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about how much has changed about your job in the last 30 years. Think about a writer who joined a newspaper in 1995. And if a writer is still at a newspaper, think of all the things that they have to do. You have to do podcasts. You have to tweet. You have to do video. And they're like, man, I just want to write. I just want to write. And yet the job is more stressful. There are more things that you are told that you have to do, that you have to participate, that you have to plug, that you have to do this and have to do that. And I mean, our salaries certainly probably haven't kept up in the way that the coaching salaries have.
No.
And I would say all of that to say, like, look, I also get it. We talked yesterday again, and I know we'll have many more conversations about the idea of a scholarship contract. And I think that having a way where you could lock in, scholarships for multiple years, I think would be better for the sport at large. I'm not gonna pretend it wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought that, though, about college versus pro. If I'm a coach and I care about coaching and I'm really good to the point where I could be at either of those levels, I think the more fun one would be in the NFL. I know that there is a lot of the pitfalls that come with that we haven't mentioned. There is free agency. The players are often making more than you. And so how do you deal with the egos, I think, is another component that is not really there in college football, at least not yet. But you don't have to worry about those phone calls when you're at the beach in the summer because your 19-year-old wide receiver did something and got in trouble with the cops. I mean, like, not to say NFL players don't get in trouble. They do, but for different reasons. So I've always thought if I wanted to coach, if I wanted to be a pure coach, the NFL would be the area that I would want to be the coach.
Right. But keep in mind of what Hafley and people like him who might do similar moves are losing. When you're the college coach, you're the face of the program. You're the biggest thing on campus.
Sure.
especially at the major schools.
Yeah.
Which
a lot of ego in that.
And there's a ton of ego in that. And there's a level of celebrity. You go to be a coordinator, and sure, yeah, most football fans are pretty much familiar with the coordinators that they have on their teams, but it's a lot more anonymous a lifestyle. And you are giving up a lot of control.
Yeah.
But that to me is the interesting thing is when you hear about, guys who are just like, you know what, I'm willing to I'm willing to take less or to lower my stature just to get away from this. Matt Miller, NFL draft scout, we've had him on the Grum before, tweeted out in the wake of this news, talked to a college coach this week who told me, quote, life in the NFL is so much better than college now. We're all trying to get to the league. Miller writes, that would have been a wild statement 5 years ago when college football life was seen as much more relaxed for coaches. And that's the thing of it is, right? You're right. This industry has changed a ton in my 30 years, but it happened over time. I can't relate, and I don't think I'm capable of coming up with an analogy that is similar in the change that I have witnessed in this business to what happened 3 years ago, when basically the door got flung wide open to NIL and the door got flung wide open to the transfer portal.
Mm-hmm.
Because 0 to 100 overnight. I can't come up with an analogy that I've gone through that relates to that. All of the change from, bringing in the internet, digital, things of that nature, people's reliance on podcasts, all of that happened gradually over time. And, to a degree, the better ones were able to kind of see the forest through the trees and prepare for it. Others were not so lucky. And I get it. There's a lot of people saying, well, the NCAA should have seen this coming a long time ago. Yeah, absolutely. But we'll call them the middle managers, because that's really what coaches are. They're the middle managers of college athletics. They're always the ones that are kind of like left picking up the pieces of figuring out what to do. And I get it.
They're paid very handsomely.
They are paid very well, but you're getting people like Halfley and probably others going, you know what? I could do with less, and I'll go just do what I used to do and not worry about this other stuff.
So here's the question then, that it's funny that we never really ask, and that is, does this affect us as fans, and does it make the sport worse? Because, no offense to Halfley, him leaving college football, it's not going to bother me one bit. Harbaugh leaving is going to be a large change. Now, I will look. I think that this is about an ego play, and that's he wants a Super Bowl. That's the thing that his resume now as a head coach is missing. He's gotten there, he hasn't won. So I'm going to hear him out, and I'm going to meet him all the way and say, all right, I think you want to go there to win a Super Bowl. I don't think Nick Saban just retired in a Jay Wright situation. Nick Saban had a incredible career. He was a part of all sorts of changes. He won numerous national championships, and he is good to go. Now, if Kirby Smart retired tomorrow, that would be a pretty big story. If Dan Lanning retired tomorrow, that would be a pretty big story. In the end, is the sport worse off for this? I mean, right now, I would say no, but I mean, the thing, I guess, John, is I watch the product, and with all these changes off the field, I know I often will joke about it and say, oh, wow, all these people are so mad, and yet 20 million are watching Ohio State, Michigan. The product on the field over the last few years doesn't seem to have changed a whole lot. It still seems like college football. Now, the change, see, and this is where I really do want to say, okay, well, why are we upset about all of these changes, the NILs of the world, and we don't ever, and I know you do this because you're not happy with realignment either, but I say, why don't we take that spotlight and put it on the conferences for breaking up, for ending years and decades, a century of tradition on the West Coast for what's happened there, that Oregon is going to be a Big Ten team, and it seems so often that the frustration is aimed at the players and not the organizations themselves that are causing so much upheaval as well. That's going to have a bigger impact on the field than a Halfley going to the pros is, in my opinion.
Right, but the drawback is if you start losing better minds, or if people decide that
brain drain,
and those are the types of things you're probably not going to recognize right away.
It's hard to, right?
But when you lose some of that institutional knowledge, certainly the game can be affected. To me, the game will be more negatively affected because I think it will be a deterioration over time of people, and this has been my biggest fear. What could happen to college sports is it turns into semi-pro, and people start to realize that it's not as there is an element of people who enjoy the college game because it represents, for right or wrong. You can say, well, they're living with their heads in their sand. They're living in an idealistic world. Fine, you can say that, but perception is reality. There is a perception from a lot of people that the college game is more pure because it's not professional and there hasn't been free agency. And, kids were doing it, quote unquote, for the love of the game. And some of that erodes over time because of everything that has happened. And that doesn't mean that, we should go back to what it was in 1955. That's not what I'm advocating for at all. But there is an erosion of that. I have long maintained that the realignment is going to adversely affect this sport because you will have more people who will be alienated from the sport, who have skin in the game, who have a team playing in the big time, who will be kicked out of the big time because they're not perceived to be a big enough brand. And those people are going to say, screw you, college football. I don't need you anymore. Nobody mentions those folks, but I believe that will happen. And then as I said earlier, I have a feeling that all of this stuff with the lawsuits and where the NCAA is trying to reform and how conferences are trying to go, it's all working together, pulling at the same center, right? NIL's pulling in this direction, transfer portal pulling in this direction, conference realignment's pulling in this direction, big television contract, everything's pulling at the fabric and tearing it apart from different directions. That there's going to be that moment where it just, and folks are like, crap, what do we do now? I don't know how it's going to look. I don't know when it's going to happen. I just have a feeling it will. And this type of stuff is one of those maybe smaller things that's kind of pulling at what's happening here.
Yeah, because everything that's happened so far, ultimately, what is this about? It's about the bottom line.
Yes.
Ultimately,
it's always about the money.
So I bring up TV viewership, and with all of the changes that have happened in the last 2 decades, and I think you can look at let's go back to maybe the BCS, because the BCS kind of is this beginning of a new era of a true national championship. And then the ACC realignment happens with, aptly enough, Boston College joins, Miami joins, Virginia Tech joins. Okay, so that happens. And then the Big Ten realignment happens. And then the SEC and the Big 12, of course, is pulled apart. And all sorts of things happen. We have now reached, dare I say, the kind of last end game before the end game. Because the Pac-12 is gone. Cal and Stanford are in the ACC, which is hysterical. The Big Ten is a coast-to-coast conference. And whatever is going to ultimately happen hasn't happened yet. And people can be frustrated and say, I miss the old days. I miss it when it was, pure or whatever. But it's like, until the viewership goes down, they're going to keep pushing forward. The wild part to me still is that college football seemingly has not been affected by any of this in terms of our taking in of the sport. College basketball, in a lot of ways, I think has maybe had to deal with this harder. And often some of it, too, with college basketball is the nature of basketball has changed so much, and that you don't have rosters that are stayed together for years and years like you used to. It's a sport that was once a national sport, and people come around for March Madness, but it just doesn't seem like people like it as much anymore. Football hasn't lost that.
But
and at what point do they?
I think at that point, it's football. You can explain that away by saying it's football.
Yeah.
We all know that, of the top rated television shows, most watched television shows of the year, all but, what was it, 7?
Yeah.
Were football.
Pretty much.
Now, most of those were NFL, but there were a few college sprinkled in as well.
Can I ask you? I want to ask you about the people that you talk about. Maybe they have their heads buried in the sand. Because Greg brings up more pure. SMU was 40 years ago. Like, am I a jerk for saying sorry? Like, if you thought that, you've been wrong. And so, like,
well,
I just don't know what to do with a college football fan that's like, this isn't the sport I grew up. It's like, what are you talking about, man? Like, it's always been like this.
But remember,
just because now you're getting smashed in the face with a hammer.
You know what it is? It's one of the appeals back in my day of pro wrestling was
not knowing
that the aura of kayfabe was there, that the results were real. And yeah, we all knew, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, they're pulling punches. Yeah, it's scripted entertainment. It's all of this, all of that. But the industry kept going on and on as if, hey, this is legit. There's nothing scripted here. The bad guys got seen out in public. Guess what they acted like? Bad guys. And then, it happened over time, but then, there was a moment where it just like
everyone knows it's fake.
Everyone knows it's fake. And the industry's had to change, but
it's still super popular, right?
It is popular, but it's not like what it was, 20 years ago when you were
Monday Night Wars.
Yeah, during that era. But it's always had that about it. And there is that element of, and there's still, even though you know for a fact, yes, it's not real, there's still an element of suspending disbelief. And I think, especially over a long period of time, because I think most of the people, Josh, that I'm talking about who, enjoy the college game more, well, number one, it's rooted in, I have a team.
Yes.
And it has the same name as my home state.
What's the word? Parochial?
Very parochial. I mean, so that's the first thing. That's the first and the most important thing.
Yeah.
But then beyond that, it is, you grew up around it when it was a more innocent time. Stories like this never happened. And when stories like this did happen, it was the SMU scandal. But what was the attitude back then? Oh, SMU, you scum. Give them the death penalty. Scarlet letter, all of that. SMU was dirty money. It was a dirty 3-letter word.
But we're not like
that. In some ways, it's the same way people look at their politicians. Hey, that's my politician. You don't make fun of him, but I'll make fun of yours.
Mm-hmm.
We're very parochial. We're very tribal in some of our viewpoints. So, yeah, I think now as more of these stories come out and more people talk about this topic and topics similar to it, yeah, it whittles away. And so less and less people have the same romanticism that they did 30 years ago about the sport. But there is a part of it, there's a part of that same romanticism you miss. Just like there's part of that same romanticism of, oh, I saw Hatjaw Jim Duggan the other day and he,
But I wonder how much of this is the romanticism of a different time versus a romanticism of you being a child, Like,
of course, a lot of this, because
the romantic feelings I have about college football are not so much based on the changes of the sport, but based on when I was romantic about it. And,
yes.
You didn't.
And then you grow up with it.
Correct.
And it becomes a part of you.
Correct.
That's why we take our fandom so personally, right? Because it started at a young age. It became part of your life. It was
how you identify.
It was how you identify. It was like a member of the family. And that's why we cling to it. And we're willing to, look away the ills of what our side has done. And we look at the other side and say, oh yeah, but they're the dirty one.
Mm-hmm.
It's the whole conversation is interesting. And I agree with you. I think the sport will find a way. The sport will always find a way because why? There's always going to be a demand.
Yeah.
But you wonder, sometimes you can change the menu too much, and pretty soon you start to affect the demand. And that's the part I worry about with college football, is if you change it too much, or if you get too crazy and you can't rein it in, that it will start to whittle away at fandom and enjoyment.
Well, you think about just next year and the way that the sport will change versus what it's been like even this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Pac-12 will be gone and the playoff will expand by 8 teams.
Mm-hmm.
One of those things I am super pumped about, and one of them I am not.
Well, and
but both are happening at the same time.
One of those things, even if you don't like the playoff, you can acknowledge how it can be spun into a positive.
Correct, 100%.
Because we're not talking about lawsuits.
100%.
And that's the other part of this. When you bring in the lawyers, sorry to all the lawyers out there, but unless it's a juicy crime story like the O.J. Simpson murder, people are not interested in hearing about restraining orders and, motions and all of this other stuff. That's when people's eyes start to glaze over and you're like, oh,
Shut
God.
up, Jack Mitchell. We don't care.
We don't care.
No offense, Jack.
But the movie never ends.
Mm-hmm.
It goes on and on and on.
Reminder, movie club tomorrow, The Hill.
I watched it
Not the one with eyes.
I watched it last night.
Just The Hill.
For those of you who are worried that Dennis Quaid, it's just a typical Dennis Quaid baseball movie,
boys.
he is not the baseball guy.
That's
in this.
Randy Quaid.
My
Nick.
bad. Sorry. Too many Quaids.
Yeah.
So if
They're
you're
brothers.
worried that this is, Dennis Quaid trying to,
do the rookie part 2?
No.
Okay. How long is the movie?
It's 2 hours.
Okay.
And you might say he is the anti-baseball guy in this movie.
Oh,
He's
all
not
right.
of baseball.
I'm excited now.
You shouldn't be,
Oh.
because it is baseball month. Look at the sun's out. It's a beautiful day in the name of Ernie Banks.
God.
Let's play 2.
Oh, look at how bright it is.
You know what you'll be able to do at some point pretty soon? You'll be able to do what Pete Rose was never allowed to do. You'll be able to bet on baseball
Whoa.
with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Now, with apologies to baseball month, there's one more football game.
Yes,
it
there
happens
is.
to be the Super Bowl.
Woo!
So Super Sunday is coming up. It's about being there. It's about having fun. And the Super Bowl, the OG when it comes to all of the cool prop bets. And boy, there are going to be some interesting ones this year. I'm not going to say anything more than that. But if you love the Super Bowl, it is time to transition over to FanDuel, where new customers can join today and get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. That's right. Just one $5 winning bet gets you $200 in bonus bets, which you can use then to bet on baseball. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620 to find out more.
Baseball is about to start and football is about to end, but there is still that one more game, as you said. You can bet on which players will score, anytime touchdowns, maybe 2 or more touchdowns, the totals, and a whole lot more. Go to FanDuel.com/1620. Get those $200 in bonus bets if that first bet of $5 or more wins. Again, FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Previously on The Crossover.
A horny industrial
Leather industrial.
John has a lot of questions.
I do have a lot of questions.
Will
Where
John
can I
get
find
any?
one?
What is this horny industrial leather show?
Black Blade?
What made them industrially horny?
Should we just play 20 questions with this tweet?
What
Ooh,
made
that's a
them
good idea.
industrial horny?
Amazing question.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly to mostly cloudy tonight. Low temperature dipping back to near 37. Mostly cloudy on Friday, breezy and mild. A high temperature around 54. We're watching out for a few showers on Saturday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a stall is causing delays on Maple at North 78th Avenue. Heavy traffic causing delays on westbound I-80 between 50th and 72nd. If you're west on Dodge, delays between 680 and 120th. And a slight delay on westbound L Street around 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Zoom Drain.
Zoom Drain's highly trained team of experts and our fleet of well-equipped service trucks are dedicated to providing solutions for homeowners, plumbing contractors, mechanical contractors, and business owners across many industries. Contact Zoom Drain anytime by logging on to zoomdrain.com.
This is a sale so hot, Standard Heating and Air can only do it once a year. Right now, buy a Carrier air conditioner from Standard Heating and Air and get a free furnace. Now that's a hot deal.
StandardAC.com, where we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ALL to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 42424. That's ALL to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Here is Pat. Pat, please get us off.
Of 1620, The Zone.
Back here on the Grum, 402-951-1620. There has been folks in the past who have wondered aloud, whoa, you okay over there?
Yeah,
Did something big happen?
Now, this is from, what is this?
Are we flashing?
Oh, no, Pro Football Talk said it.
Are we flashing?
Nah, it's an in consideration thing, not for your consideration. That's the Oscars. But according to Pro Football Talk, Bama OC Ryan Grubb is in consideration for the Seahawks OC job.
Oh, more brain drain.
Brain drain. Going to the NFL, he'd move back to the West Coast and hopefully he hasn't sold his house yet.
The Grub Hub.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, John. I didn't mean to interrupt you with a wild reaction like that.
Wild reaction.
You did the facial equivalent of what?
Of Kent?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Anyway.
There have been folks in the past who have wondered aloud, we got 2 weeks between the championship games and the Super Bowl. Why does the Super Bowl need to happen on Sunday? Why can't the Super Bowl happen on Saturday?
I have the quick answer
so
for
that
him.
More people can have the next day off to recuperate.
Essentially, it's why can't we drink more and not have to work the next day? That's what the question is, right?
That's part of it. Sure, that's part of it.
Now, I sadly do know the answer.
The answer is
people go out and the ratings would be lower. That's the answer.
It would.
That's the answer, sadly.
At least that's the fear. Now, maybe the Super Bowl could be that one event that would trump all.
I think it would. I think that people would cancel their Saturday date night plans for one Saturday to watch the Super Bowl. I personally think.
Well, of course they would.
Yeah.
But Dan Patrick, who you can hear over on our sister station 1180 The Zone, said, if we have 2 weeks between conference title games and the Super Bowl, how about we play the Super Bowl on Saturday instead of Sunday? Who's with me? Both teams get plenty of rest. Saturday's the Super Bowl. Sunday, you get to recover. And of course, by recover, he's talking about the fans.
Yes.
I would say, though, Dan,
ooh,
as a member of the Chit Chat Illuminati.
Nice. Does it help us?
From our standpoint, I think it would hurt because
the game would be 2 days old.
Yeah.
Whole 2 days.
Yeah.
But we do college football on Mondays.
But I know, but it's different than when you do it the next day or the night of.
I mean, the thing that honestly that I always notice about the Super Bowl is how fast we move on from the football.
Yeah,
the game itself.
we do.
We move on from the game. It's like, so like next Monday or a week from Monday, we'll Chiefs won, 49ers won. What does this mean? And then we're just kind of see you later.
And then we're done.
And then we're like previewing the next
and then
season.
we're off to covering baseball.
Oh, but seriously, we move on from the game so fast.
Well, we do.
Because it's time to talk about what's next.
And
we have to count down to football season.
No more counting down.
That's right. No more counting down.
Damn it.
But the difference, and you mentioned, we come back and we talk college football on Mondays, but that's because we're in the midst of the season.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl is the end point. Boom.
Yeah.
And like you said, we move on pretty quickly.
Yeah, even after
So I think from our standpoint, our selfish standpoint, this would be bad.
It'd be bad for us in the
because
media
yes,
game.
of course we would spend Monday's show talking about it, but it would feel more dated because it's now 48 hours almost in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, it's funny. They're always like, we should move it or make it a national holiday the day after. And I'm like, man, I don't even know if I'd get that holiday in radio. So like, you screw all you who get to sleep in and work off your hangover while I have to talk.
Here's the other thing. At least they haven't done this yet. They have an NCAA tournament this thing and started at 8:00 on Sunday night.
See, and
it's at 5:00 on Sunday night. So it ends and it's a decent hour.
Shout out to the NFL because
this is the best kickoff time
of any of the things.
Period.
It really is. They do a great job with the kickoff time. Thank you, NFL, for helping us. But on the East Coast, it's only 6:30. In the Midwest here, it's 5:30. And on the West Coast, it's 3:30. It's a great time.
It's basically been that way almost my entire football watching life.
I do not remember a Super Bowl at a different time ever.
I believe if you go back, maybe like there might have been a few that kicked off at 3:00 or 4:00 our time.
Yeah.
But basically for the last, what are we at? 40 plus years, this game has kicked off within an hour of 5 p.m. our time.
So do you remember ever watching a Super Bowl that ended with sunlight out in the game at the location? Do you ever remember one? Because there are, like the early Super Bowls, the end of the game, there is still sunlight. Whereas today, even the West Coast games, there will not be sun by the end.
No, I do not. The last one that I can think of
was it one of the Steelers-Cowboys games?
That ended in daylight would have been Super Bowl 11, the Raiders and the Vikings. It was played in the Rose Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And that John Madden, you see the pictures of John Madden being carried off the field in sunlight. Now, the next year, the Super Bowl was in a dome, and it was in New Orleans.
So obviously,
and I think that may have been the first year they actually kicked off at 5:00.
By the way, the one that you just mentioned, Super Bowl 11, that kicked off at 12:47 on the West Coast, so 2:47 here.
Right.
So it would have been an early afternoon Super Bowl. So that would have ended at dinner time. Yeah, the time is the best. It's funny. In all seriousness, I always go back and forth on this, but that's mainly because I think about it from the content game and just like, how would this affect our jobs?
I think it would hurt us.
Yeah.
I think it would hurt us.
Yeah.
I mean,
I understand it for everybody else.
As a fan, would I be okay with it? Yeah. But then think about what this does to everything else, because everything else reacts to the NFL because they know we're not competing with that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's why you will see a week from Sunday, I know Nebraska's playing Iowa in women's basketball, but that game's going to be over long before the Super Bowl kicks off.
Oh, yeah.
And pretty much after 3:00 local time,
nothing.
There will be no other sports going on anywhere of any note because there's no competing with Papa Bear NFL. You move the game to Saturday, and you could say, well, then they just move all the college stuff or whatever's on Sunday, but
I think they would.
Which they would.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think this is one of those things where they've got a good thing going. It kicks off just early enough.
Plus, the Sunday afternoon audience is the largest audience.
Oh, yeah. And
it's the largest audience in television.
Audience.
About Chris Montana, now you're going to hate what he's going to say, but I do think he's right. Eventually, the Super Bowl will probably go another week, so at least government employees and such will have President's Day off. I really think when they expand, that's what's going to happen.
Stupid. stupid.
It's going to go to President's Day. If anything, I think it could go past that because I do wonder if they go to 18 games, will they collectively bargain another bye week? And then we're talking about a 20-week regular season.
Well, but the CBA's got another, 7 years left on it?
Yeah, we're talking about a ways from now. Brett in Minnesota says, hell freaking yeah. Super Saturday, please.
Now, for me, I watch the game and then the game is done. I mean, sure, would I have liked a day off a couple of years ago? But no, then I couldn't have come in and shared my happiness and my glory with all of you. That would have been
your whole
sad.
glory. Yeah, but what about when you lost? Didn't you want to take that day off? John came in and defended that garbage-ass Super Bowl, Nick. 13-3. It was a good defensive game.
Which one was that
Well,
again?
it was a defensive game.
It was a horrible
It
game.
was a
The Rams
bad
lost to
game
the
because the
Patriots.
wrong team won.
It was a horrible game.
Wrong team
It was a
won.
bad game because the wrong team won.
Wrong team won.
Amazing Danny says, I haven't worked that day or the day after the Super Bowl in 20 years. Just use PTO or call in sick. Maybe I'll use our President's Day holiday to take off the day after the Super Bowl. I like being on the day after the Super Bowl. I would find it
It's
weird
the
if I
last game. It's the last football game we get to talk about for months.
It's the last game of the season.
Yeah,
And
I'd be bummed if I
then
couldn't
all
talk
we
about
have left to talk about is baseball.
No. Travis points out, John, it seems to me there are far too many people wanting to skip over the fact that we are 5 months out from the Olympics. USA, 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 USA.
Are we going to watch the trials this weekend?
Hell yeah, I'm watching the trials this weekend. It's the marathon trials, John, down in Orlando.
Oh, boy.
That's in Florida.
Good call, Nick.
The walking fast trials. Cool.
Walking fast. John, do you know how fast these men and women will be running?
Don't care.
Don't care.
If there's no rubbing, there's no racing.
John, I'd like to see you try to do some 4:31 miles. That would be fun.
That would be stupid.
Fall flat on your face.
Is that when you start running the mile
would
at
wanna
4:31
voluntarily
p.m.?
do that.
Nice, Nick.
If I'm running, I better be running to something.
Oh, Michael writes.
Like a delicious home
Severe?
cooked meal.
Not severe. Michael, not severe, writes. Just think what will happen when the Super Bowl is played in Germany. Oh, that's going to be upsetting.
That.
Do we have to say the
No.
Roman numerals in German?
Okay, that's kind of funny, Nick. Well played.
No, there won't be the Super Bowl will not be held in Germany.
Text from the 402 says Super Bowl Saturday, Daytona 500 Sunday. Sounds good to me.
Oh, that does sound nice, John.
That sounds horrible.
Well, but the Daytona 500 is not the same weekend as the Super Bowl.
But he's saying when the
Eventually,
Super Bowl moves.
it will get there.
See, I don't like
but when that happens, I guarantee it, NASCAR's moving that race. They're not. You can't compete. Nobody competes.
No,
with Papa
he's
Bear
saying
NFL.
the Super Bowl's on Saturday and the
Oh.
Daytona 500 is on Sunday.
That would suck.
See, I wouldn't like that either because then in predictions, John would say the main event and it would be the Daytona 500
Yes,
lap.
the main event.
I'd be so
The
mad.
Daytona 500 is a big deal, Josh.
No,
It's like the Indy 500, a big deal.
People call the Super Bowl the Daytona 500 of NFL.
I've heard that frequently.
I never
No,
understand.
I would hate that because I like that the Super Bowl, it's got its own weekend.
Mhm.
I like that the 500's got its own weekend.
Mm.
Because unlike
I don't understand how the
during
first event can be the
footballs-
Super Bowl. That's stupid.
The what?
How the first event of the year, they call it the Super Bowl. That's dumb. It's the first game. Can you imagine we're watching the Thursday night game between the Lions and the Chiefs? We're like, this is the Super Bowl. That's dumb.
Yeah, but your sport, well, it used to be your sport until the Saudi blood money rolled in. All the big
Formula
events,
One?
all the big events happen before August.
That's true.
And then there's like 3 or 4 months left, and it's like, who cares about the rest of these stupid golf tournaments?
Crash says a couple years ago, Roger Goodell was asked about moving the Super Bowl on Saturday, and he basically said it would never happen because of the agreement with the networks for Sunday night ratings.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing. The
Agreement with the network.
Yeah, you need all your Sunday night sitcoms that everybody loves.
Remember, the networks pay billions and billions of dollars for this bad boy.
All those different shows about Chicago, PD.
See, and that's
Fire,
and that's the other thing.
MD,
They want that big
Med.
audience. What's going to be the be the big CBS show that happens after the Super Bowl?
It's probably just another Yellowstone spinoff.
I think it's something stupid, which I guess that's what usually they are.
Were they advertising after the championship game last weekend? They're like, oh, stay tuned after this because then you're just going to be Yellowstone for 3 hours.
Well, that was what their. I mean, remember, we're not cranking out new shows yet because they're still making them due to the strike.
What show will air after the Super Bowl? All right, here we go.
Maybe
Let's
it'll be
see.
the A-Team.
The lead. What? How old are you, John?
That's what it was 40 years ago. It was awesome.
Well, they made the A-Team movie. Did you see that
for
one?
a second I thought I saw Rock, Paper, Scissors, and I said, what the hell is this? But that's on Nickelodeon. That's the Nickelodeon show. After on CBS, it's something called Tracker. There's no information on Wikipedia.
I bet it's a crime-solving show. CBS loves crime-solving
And
shows.
I bet it's based in and around the Chicago area.
It's action and drama.
Yeah.
What is Tracker TV series? Wow, so they're premiering a show.
Yeah, the networks used to do that. They would premiere a new show.
A mysterious reward seeker and expert tracker based on the novel Never Game. I don't know what this is.
Oh, I thought you were of books.
I am, man. I'm enjoying the hell out of Freedom, by the way. This is a good book.
I'm enjoying the hell out of Freedom. You go USA.
Nice, John. Except
That's
in the,
where it's good to root for the USA.
Except in the Olympics, John. Except in the Olympics.
Yard sports.
Sad.
Yard sports.
Yeah, it's the Olympics of yard sports. Just a lot of yard.
Travis says, what do they do in the marathon, Josh? They run fast as hell. Gosh,
you can say it now.
What a race, the marathon.
Oh,
I'm training for one right now, John.
You're actually going to watch the marathon trials.
Of course I am. What do you mean? You watch NASCAR. They
do.
drive around in circles.
And there's an element of danger at every lap.
Dude,
unless
his
okay,
Achilles could explode.
if you can guarantee me that they're running this marathon in a place where maybe a random black bear will pop out and jump on something, then I'm like, okay, there's an element of danger. I will watch.
Sometimes when I run at 5 a.m., a deer pops out, and I'm like, ah!
That's because the deer is saying, damn, you're stupid.
No,
at least I'm running to food. What are you running
Got to
to?
run away from Bambi.
I'm running so then I can eat all the food, John.
We will be back and have more of this silly
What a
nonsense,
show.
including we've got a final resolution on the Alabama baseball coach. Baseball! It is baseball month, and we're going to celebrate by telling you how stupid it is to bet on baseball, especially when you have inside information.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Pulido, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
Score big savings this weekend only at NFM. Supercharge your fan cave experience. Get everything from electronics to seating and more. Save up to $1,300 on select TVs and get free next day delivery on TVs 51 inches or larger. Get up to 65% off recliners. Save on game day essentials like select Weber griddles and air fryers. Plus 24-month financing is available on qualifying purchases only at NFM. Local metro areas. Minimum monthly payments required. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel Level's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Hey fans, looking for the best seats without the hidden fees? Then you need to check out Tickets for Less. Whether it's Creighton games, Husker matchups, or big-time concerts and events, they've got you covered, all with no service fees. Now, you ready to score a deal? Use the code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and save on your next event. You prefer to go mobile? Grab the free Tickets for Less app and shop with ease. Every seat holds a story, so find yours and save when you use the promo code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and the Tickets for Less app today.
1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
This is normally the time where we bring on Todd Furman. Todd will join us next week.
Yes.
With the big Super Bowl preview. But speaking of Todd in his native town, Vegas, I saw this tweeted out last night.
Vegas.
A lot of people like to go to Las Vegas during March Madness, especially the first weekend, because it's
the second weekend.
It's a great viewing experience. You go to the sports books, all the games are on. Of course, there's the constant betting action. Someone tweeted out a screenshot. If you want to go to one of the bigger sports books, the Caesar Sportsbook, and just you think, hey, I'm going to show up, I'll get there real early and we'll watch. Brett, bring your money. And I'm not talking about
to get
betting.
a table? Is that what this is?
Yeah,
is this like a table?
If you want a row one package, it costs you $700. It's one row seat for one guest from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. It includes 3 drink tickets. No, this is for March Madness.
Oh, March Madness.
This is the opening weekend of March Madness. So you get one reserved seat from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., which in Vegas time is essentially the whole
games start
window.
there at 10 a, and so yeah, that is. And if they go past 9, I'm
Right.
sure you're fine.
If you want the VIP fan cave for up to 10 guests, so if you want to go with your buddies, you can split it 10 ways at $1,500 a piece, or $11,500.
Whoa.
The sports book, yes, charging big money if you want to go. So my advice to you is just stay here and bet on your FanDuel Sportsbook, and then you can control whatever games you want to watch.
Well played, John.
Or Circus Sports Iowa.
Or you can travel around America with John. Where are the folks picking you to be in the first round this year, John?
It's everywhere.
Yeah?
It's freaking everywhere.
You to steal more hotels or pens from innocent hotels?
Well, I mean, they're there. It's a marketing tool.
I haven't looked at the locations for this year's NCAA tournament.
Omaha, Pittsburgh, Charlotte. I don't remember.
Salt Lake.
Salt
that'd
Lake.
be fun. Brooklyn. Indianapolis.
Indy.
Memphis, and Spokane.
Hey, I'm playing basketball here.
And then in the regionals, Boston, LA, Dallas, and Detroit.
What the hell are regionals?
What the hell are regionals?
The regionals, that's the second round. That's the second weekend. That's the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8. Last year, we were in Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Elite 8.
Oh, I remember. I remember what happened in the Elite 8.
Well, I remember what happened last April when we told you about the hilarious story of the Alabama baseball coach, Brad Bohannon, who got fired because he was sharing inside information with a friend of his who was then placing bets at a casino in Cincinnati, appropriately enough, right across the street from a baseball park.
You can't do this every time you bring up baseball. You're not allowed to play the song. Thank you.
But the NCAA, and this is one I guess there could be a lawsuit. Maybe Brad Bohannon could jump on with Tennessee. But the punishment will be, I got to click on the story. I thought it was on this snippet that I had because I want to read from the snippet of the details
Snippet
of the
boy.
story. But it's a 3-year probation, a $5,000 fine, a 15-year show cause, meaning that any member institution that wants to employ Bohannon for any athletic related position. It could be an assistant sports information director. They have to show cause.
So if Creighton wants to hire him to be a new SID, they got to show some cause?
Yep, I don't think he's going to be doing that. And they have to show the NCAA why this person deserves to be back in the sport. It's a lot of paperwork. It's a hassle. It's a headache, which is basically it's a deterrent to hire this person. And should Bohannon become employed during the show cause, he would be suspended for 100% of the baseball regular season for the first 5 years of his employment. So if someone were to hire him to be on a base,
he'd be suspended for 5 seasons.
So essentially what this is saying is
he's not coaching.
He's not coaching.
He's probably done coaching. Have you ever, wow. So first of all, I was going to ask, have you ever seen a 15-year show cause? Okay, need me to that.
And I've never seen this 5-year, he's suspended for the whole regular season deal either.
And you say like, wow. So what he did was pretty bad. They must have some real good information on what this moron was doing. And listener, you would be correct. They have some really good information on what this moron was doing.
Well, let me read from the sanctions. On April 28th, 2023, prior to Alabama's game against LSU, Bohannon sent several text messages via the Signal encrypted messaging app to a bettor that Bohannon knew was involved in sports wagering.
I mean, so right there, first of all, let's stop. Signal says that he knew what he was doing was bad, and obviously knew what he was doing was bad because he's a coach. Yeah. But the use of Signal, given that it is encrypted, that is how a lot of journalists will share information with their sources or vice versa, because it can be anonymous, not as easily traced, etc.
The electronic messages indicated that an Alabama baseball student athlete who is the scheduled starting pitcher for that evening's game would not start due to an injury. Bohannon provided this information to the bettor before reporting the starting lineup. So he knew that this pitcher was not going to pitch. The first thing was not to change the lineup card. The first thing was to call or to encrypted Signal message his buddy to say,
he essentially texted his buddy.
Specifically, Bohannon texted this bettor, Hammer, and then student athlete name redacted, is out for sure. Let me know when I can tell LSU. Hurry. So he's saying,
bet on the game.
Bet on the game before I turn in the lineup card and show LSU that this guy's not starting. Shortly after receiving the electronic messages from Bohannon, the bettor attempted to place a $100,000 wager on LSU at the BetMGM Sportsbook at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. But the sportsbook staff limited the bettor to only a $15,000 wager.
So real quick, let's pause here again. Someone trying to place a $100,000 bet on a baseball game, a college baseball game, no less.
Right.
If not ever. And so they limited that number. He wanted to do $100,000. They said, we'll allow 15,000. 15% of what he wanted to do, he was allowed to bet on.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
Oh, it's so funny.
The bettor then attempted to place additional wagers involving the April 28th Alabama LSU baseball game, but the sportsbook staff declined the wagers due to suspicious activity. So these folks knew,
this is odd.
This is odd.
What's going on here, friend?
This suspicious activity included the bettor's insistent demeanor to get the bet placed and statements made to the sportsbook staff that the bet was, quote, for sure going to win, and if you guys knew what I knew.
Mike, why?
If only you guys knew what I knew.
Check out the information I have, guys. This is a sure thing.
This is the same thing a 7-year-old does when somebody tells them a secret.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
So, I mean,
there,
this
Nick.
dude was so desperate to place this bet, he's willing to say, but guys, this is a sure winner. You've got to let me place this bet.
And let's read one more sentence. The suspicious activity also included the bettor showing sportsbook staff messages from Bohannon and explaining that the messages were Bohannon informing bettor that Bama was scratching its starting pitcher before the game before Bohannon alerted LSU.
So the
guys, look, I have messages from the coach.
From the coach that this is going to happen. You've got to let me place this bet.
What do you think his thought process was here? Do you think he thought
wasn't
that he was like
thinking,
yes. Do you think he thought he was like showing off like, look at who I know. I know a coach.
I think he might have just been honestly too excited because the payout from that
was going to be
It's
really
gonna be
large.
really
Man, this is going to be
big.
great. I know for sure I'm going to win.
Yeah, I think he just lost himself to the money.
I mean,
I don't know who's the bigger idiot here, Bohannon or this guy.
They're all morons.
They're huge idiots.
I mean,
this
Bohannon-
guy might take the cake though.
But
Bohannon lost his job.
Bohannon giving this guy his information, he had to know this guy's not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
Yes. Oh, yeah. You know what? Bohannon is an idiot also for multiple reasons. The first is the obvious, the betting on the
Yeah,
stuff.
he did.
Okay. Also, trusting this Yahoo to do all your work. You got to have someone who maybe is going to have a little bit more secrecy to his game here. Not look at my
Look at me.
He's
I
in my
got inside
favorites.
information.
I have his number saved and everything. Bohannon, make large bets. That's how I have him listed.
I mean,
Look,
no
I even have
wonder-
him saved in my phone as Bohannon Rhapsody.
I mean, you can't.
Gee, many Christmas, Nick.
All right, I need a palate cleanser.
Yeah, that's no, damn it, Nick.
All right. Yeah. This guy is not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Jacob
I
says
mean-
leaving that much of a paper trail is beyond dumb. Yeah, I mean, what are
Paper trail, there's no paper. He's literally telling them, hey, I've got inside information that only I have and the coach has, and I want to use this to place an unfair wager.
Amazing.
I mean,
The only thing I can think of is
this
this
is
guy
incredibly dumb.
just didn't know that was illegal. He thought it was totally fine.
I mean, I don't even know what I hope. I want to say like, oh, I hope so, but I don't even know if I hope that. Yikes. Dumb.
And you wondered why they were able to act so quickly on this.
Yeah. Remember how
I mean,
fast
you want to
it
talk
moved?
about just being, this would have been like if OJ had just walked into the LA Police Department and said, here's a bloody glove. Yeah, I know it shrank a little bit, but it did fit me. I swear. Here's the pictures of me killing Ron and Nicole. Here's the knife. Here are my fingerprints. Arrest me.
Travis says, also, how pissed are you if you're the Bama pitcher who was taking over as starter and now you know your head coach was betting hard against you? Damn, tough luck for little Timmy. Timmy the lefty. He's not very good.
Sorry, lefty Timmy.
Mm-hmm.
The best part, I mean,
lefty Timmy.
the best part would have been if somehow this kid pitched the game of his life.
I know, right?
Or LSU just crapped.
He pulls
the
him
bed.
early and he's like, no, this is about analytics. We don't want to hurt his arm. He's at the threshold for pitches. Coach, he's thrown 44 today.
But if Alabama would have put Bohannon in a position where he would have been like, oh crap, we might win this game,
Mhm.
and we need to, and he starts trying, because I guarantee you he would have tried to start throwing it, because he would have realized, oh crap, I just gave this great inside information, and yet my team's playing out of their mind, and LSU's playing like crap. What do I do?
You know what I like about things like this? It's like common sense Darwinism. Just weeds out the people who are dumb.
Who are morons?
Yes.
Yeah, this guy, both these
Morons.
guys, idiots.
Not smart.
No.
All right, the happy hour is coming up, and we'll have some other items, including the greatness that is content.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
Formula One.
Greg Olson.
No.
Greg Olson was interviewed this week about the whole Tom Brady situation, where he's at. We've got a little bit of that audio and a Star Wars update.
Do you have the open ready, Nick?
Yes.
All right.
Because I'm aware of it now.
Oh, of course he has the open ready.
No, not that open, John. The Star Wars open.
Listen, it's Star Wars. Yay, Star Wars.
You could have written that song a little bit better.
Star Wars is really cool. It's a movie that you would like. I rhyme. You know what? I rhyme it good enough. I'm going to work for your chicken restaurant.
Chicken. You want some chicken?
Would you like some chicken from Josh's chicken? Josh's chicken. It's so
All right,
good.
I kind of like the song now.
Just like the great game of baseball. Back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a crash still has the right lane blocked on eastbound I-80 at 60th with stop-and-go traffic back to at least 84th. Crash has the right lane blocked on 30th at Sortenton Parkway, a stall blocking the right lane on Pershing Drive at 16th, and then delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 132nd, and on southbound 680 between Dodge and Center. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Come on, when was the last time you had your Fernando's fix? It doesn't get any better than lunch, dinner, carry-out, even catering from Fernando's. Get your Fernando's fix. 114th and Dodge, 75th and Pacific, and FernandosOmaha.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where Hims comes in. Through Hims, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor or the pharmacy or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Creighton Sports Update.
It's a busy weekend for Creighton Blue Jay Athletics. Kicking things off is men's tennis tomorrow at noon against Youngstown State at the Hanscom Tennis Courts. Then it's Blue Jay men's basketball following at 8 p.m. against Butler in the CHI Health Center, Omaha. To follow along on all things Creighton Athletics or to purchase tickets, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel, they make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw from your mom.
The happy hour is on the air. Oh, it's baseball month.
I threw him a bone.
Don't like this.
Sun is still out. It's drive time, just like baseball season.
Man, look at that.
See?
Sun.
Look how bright it is.
Wow, it's so bright.
The lights won't even take effect yet.
I want to make an effort to get more into baseball.
There's still a chance that the right fielder might have the left fielder. It's at Charles Schwab. The left fielder might still have a sun in their eyes during this time of the game.
Man, this is nice. It is nice having the sun still up when we're on the air. We're a month away from, oh boy, big time changes in the world.
Baseball!
No, we're not.
Disc golf after work.
Nope. All right.
Well, you know, I can think of no better way to celebrate the beginning of baseball month, the start of spring training. The college season begins this month.
Yeah, sure.
Then by giving away tickets to a basketball game.
Oh, that's how we roll here.
Because the Creighton Butler game is sold out. Announced this afternoon. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Friday night, Friday night's all right for fighting.
Friday night's a great night for baseball
and basketball. What do we got? We got 4?
One.
Friday night.
We have 1?
Yes.
We have
One pair?
one ticket?
One pair.
Oh.
That'd be awesome.
We have a ticket. No,
Congrats
it's
to
one pair.
Bob. You get to go by yourself.
So we have a pair of tickets to the Creighton Butler game tomorrow night.
Which
they're-
tips off at 8.
Are they digital? They're digital,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Which means you don't even have to show up here. Just
That's so nice. I love the digital tickets.
I do too.
Just be emailed to you.
Nice.
Transferred.
What should we do? What should we do? What should we do?
To give them away?
Yeah.
Are we giving them away today?
Well, yeah, it makes it easier, right? Because then they can plan ahead, right?
Well,
They can
look at
That's
anxiety.
fine. I
boy
didn't
over
have
here.
anything to do after work. That's okay, John.
What do you mean have anything to do? All you're going to have to. What are you going to have to do?
I don't know. It depends how you want to give away these tickets.
Well, I figured we would open it up to the people.
The people.
And they could call and they could say, we want those tickets.
What if you just did that? The first caller to say, hey, I want those tickets. Be pretty funny.
It would be funny.
I got to figure out how we want to do this.
Okay.
But I thought, I just thought it'd be a great way to celebrate baseball month and then give away tickets to a basketball game, which is played
we
near a
could've-
baseball stadium.
Now, as Jacob points out, we could have done it tomorrow. 1 pair Friday to go along with 1 beer Friday.
We could have. That's a really good idea.
But sorry, Nick. There are all the people calling saying, I want the tickets.
See?
Not what we're doing, though. Right?
Nice. This is a hilarious tease.
It's a great tease.
Nick is so nervous now. He doesn't know what to do.
I just don't know what the plan is, John.
Just answer the phone. Maybe they just want to talk to you, Nick. Who knows?
Maybe they just want to talk to you.
Yeah. Sam writes, 8 p.m. on a Friday. This better be a well-lubricated crowd.
Yeah, it is 8 p.m. on a Friday.
Here we
Should be a lot
go.
of
What
fun.
an idea from Sam. First caller who knows the name of the ref John called out during the Seton Hall game. He said that he sucks. You suck. I love this idea. Does Nick remember that guy's name?
No, but I can find the drop.
Okay. Play it in queue for yourself. What do you think about that? Let's do that.
That would be a way to do that.
All right, let's do that. First caller that can tell
Well,
Nick.
No.
No, okay, never mind.
Caller 9, because there are 9 guys on a baseball field, 9 players in the field.
But what if the 9th caller doesn't know the name of it?
I'm guessing if they're calling, they know the
Okay,
answer
fine.
already.
All right.
So caller 9.
Nick, I'll text you the name of the
we're going for
guy.
it. Thank
I'll
you,
text
Josh.
you the name of the guy. I don't know if I spell it correctly, but
Well,
it's
you got
that,
it
right? That's how it's pronounced.
Yeah, it's how it's
Okay.
pronounced.
All right. Nick, you got it.
That's how it's pronounced.
Nice. This is great. See, and then Nick will be done. He'll be done.
Yeah.
Then you can move forward.
See?
You don't have to work after the show. You get to go home or whatever you do. I don't know.
Well, to update you on this beginning of baseball month, got the injury update for the Nebraska game tonight against Wisconsin.
Hmm?
They're tipping off at 8:30 tonight, or is that Eastern?
That's Eastern time.
Oh, stupid Big Ten.
Yeah, it's 7:30.
First of all, the Big Ten is located in Chicago. That's the home office. Last time I checked, Chicago's in the Central Time Zone. Why aren't we universally using the Central Time Zone, of which most of the member institutions are in still the Central Time Zone?
And John, when you had the West Coast schools, then there will be more teams that are in the Central or West time zones than there are in the East, I think. You have 4 in the West
Michigan-
Coast already.
Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, Rutgers, Maryland. It's getting
So you're going to
rough
have the 4 West Coast schools, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. So that's already, well, I guess that's not half of the league. Illinois is Central Time.
there.
Northwestern. See, there we go. That's 10. I think it's 10.
And Indiana/Purdue, depending on the time of year.
Yeah, sometimes. So there you go.
Jawan Gary is still listed as questionable, along with Blaze Cada on the injury report. So
I have a prediction.
Yes.
He's playing.
Blaze Cade is playing?
No. I think Jawan Gary's playing.
Jawan Gary's playing.
That's my prediction.
That's what Josh says.
I think we're going to see him on the floor tonight.
All right. Well, I guess
I'm not going to put a grumball to it, though. I'm not that confident.
Well, I mean, the Grumball's not undefeated anymore
Yes, it
anyway. What
is.
difference
It's
does it make?
undefeated. Everybody knows. Nick would defend me, but he's taking information down right now.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I'm not letting him take. I'm making him take that information so that you don't have to worry about it.
Shout out to Sam, by the way. What a great idea for this game. And it looks like we have a winner. So congrats to our winner.
Well, that's cool. Another sellout crowd. That ought to be a lot of fun.
Nice.
For tomorrow night. We'll, of course, have more of a preview of it tomorrow, but I'll be curious to see how Creighton responds, because this is the first time they've had a little extra time off since Christmas break.
Yeah. Yeah. They haven't played since Saturday.
They made it through January 7-1. Their only loss at number 1 UConn. But, you kind of get into that rhythm of playing every 2 or 3 days. You wonder if they'll be sharp or not.
Or does it end up just
Butler's
being
coming in? And Mac pointed this out today at his media session. Every team that you're playing now, really the rest of the season, is either a UConn, who's really, really good, or you're playing teams like the Butlers or the Xaviers or the St. John's, who are positioning themselves to be in the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, according to my buddy Bart, I believe there are 5 teams that he has in his bracket. No, 6 teams. He has 6 teams in his bracket projection, with Butler and Xavier being right on the cusp. So really, you're dealing more than half the league. Pretty much everyone, even Villanova, still to this point has a chance. Now they're fading, and you've already played DePaul twice, and you've only got 1 more game against Georgetown. So every game is going to be.
Going back to what you said about the rest versus rust, I wonder if you think the benefits ultimately do outweigh the kind of every other day rhythm, just because of all the minutes that, so many of this, and that's been a big talking point, especially over the last couple of weeks.
No, that's very fair. I would not question that one bit.
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot this week about Greg Olson, the broadcaster on Fox, who is basically losing his job, not because he's bad, but because they basically signed over him. Now,
they recruited over him.
They recruited over him. In the defense of Fox.
Whoa. John defending Fox.
Well, keep in mind what the timeline is, right? So Fox 2 years ago at this time lost Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. Just boop, gone.
Yeah.
And it was, I don't know how expected it was. They knew the contracts were up, but they weren't quite sure where they were going to go. Tom Brady was still an active player. Now, Fox had already kind of come to an agreement with him that he was going to do something.
I just looked it up. They announced in May of 2022, which was after Brady had agreed or had said he was coming back, because he said he was coming back in March. So in May of 2022, it was announced that he would be joining Fox, signing a 10-year, $375 million contract.
And that would take place after he retired,
which was kind of up in the air.
It was still up in the air. We didn't know if 2022 was going to be his last season.
Would he play 1 more year? Would he play 2 more years?
So you ended up putting Greg Olson on the number 1 team with Kevin Burkhardt, 2 new guys to the position, and that was your de facto number 1 team. It also happened that the first full year they worked together, they had the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah.
So Greg Olson got a bit of a trial by fire. A lot of people enjoyed him. Then this past season happened, and he continued to hit home runs as an analyst. Meanwhile, Tom Brady, who eventually did retire, but wasn't quite ready to jump into the booth just yet. And so really you got a second lame duck-ish type year.
Yeah.
And now you have the awkward situation where Greg Olson is universally lauded, but they've already got Tom Brady. Tom Brady has now been working out behind the scenes on practice games, and the full intent is that Tom Brady will be the number 1 analyst next year on Fox NFL coverage.
And a big part of this is you don't pay a guy almost $40 million a year to either A, be in the booth, or in the studio rather, or B, be in a 3-man booth, or C, be on the number 2 team. Because I know one of the things that you've often brought up is like, have them on the smaller crews and then bring them up. And like, it's not a bad idea in theory, but in practice, you don't pay a guy $40 million to be on the B team.
Well, and you might be wondering, well, why wouldn't you do that?
Okay.
Well, it's Tom Brady.
It's I mean, like, that's what it is. This is Tom Brady. I don't know how good or bad he's going to be, but this is Tom Brady. Executives are thinking about, they're seeing a star.
Yeah, that's what executives think like.
Yeah.
And they realize that, hey, we might pick up more casual viewers just because it's Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Greg Olsen, while a great analyst, he doesn't have the star power of Tom Brady. And unfortunately, sometimes in this business, at the higher up you go, the more it's about star power than it is necessarily about quality. And I don't know. I don't know if Tom Brady's going to be good, bad, or the other way. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it'll be he's not working his way up the ladder.
Correct. He is atop the ladder.
So
he worked his way atop the ladder in the NFL playing. Like, that's why he is at this point.
Nick, can you go back to the original page? Because here was Greg Olsen, who was on Dan Patrick this week, and what he had to say about the whole situation and where his future might end up.
I want to call top games. You know, Dan, I feel, 2 years ago when everything unfolded, and, obviously I've known Tom was coming for, over, 2 years, year and a half, whatever you want to call it. And, that part of it, we always knew. It was a matter of when. We didn't know exactly when the timeline. It ended up not coming this past season, which gave me a second year with Kevin in the booth with the A team. But, going forward, my goals haven't changed. My goals when I started out calling games with Fox, 3 years ago, was I aspired to be a top broadcaster. I really thought I could do it. I thought if given the opportunity and the chance, I could show people that I could do it. And I got the opportunity, and Fox was kind enough to give me that. And I think over the last 2 years, we've really changed the narrative. I think we've changed where, hey, this is just a placeholder. This is a guy, to being like, no, this guy can do it. So my goals and aspirations, if anything, have even gotten more committed to, I want to call top games. I want to call games in front of 57 million people and dive into the biggest moments and why it's happening. And I feel like we've done as good a job as that as anybody in the industry over the last couple seasons. And where that is, how that is, when that is, I don't know.
Would you ask for a trade?
I'm not really in the business of making demands. I'm not sitting here holding anyone's feet to the fire. Fox understands the position I'm in. They understand what my aspirations are. And, we're not sitting there banging the table and saying, you have to let us, we're not in that. We're not doing that. We understand what we signed up for. They understand where I am and being at this stage of my career of where I want to go. And I think we understand the delicate situation that we're in, right? I understand when Tom Brady's looming over your shoulder, it's the biggest news in sports. I get it. He's Tom Brady. He's someone I've respected for 20 years. So I understand the uniqueness of what's going on. And I feel like we've handled it as well as we could for the last 2 years. And if I can get another opportunity to call top games at Fox or somewhere else, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Happiest guy in the room is his agent.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's got a lot of negotiating power. Now, the catch is there's not a lot of those number one gigs. I mean, Troy Aikman's on a long-term deal with ESPN, and obviously Brady.
Collinsworth's deal apparently is up in a couple of years when they have the Super Bowl, but will that be something where NBC wants to bring him back, or will that be something that they would want to move on, just like they did moving on from Al and kind of start totally young? I guess that would be a world. There's a part of me that the more I think about it, the more I talk it out, that I think the best move for Olsen would just be to go back to the number 2 job and hope that Brady gets disinterested, because
bide his time until one of those other number 1 gigs opens up, whether it's NBC or if, dare I say, Amazon down the road gets a Super Bowl.
Amazon, and that's the issue, right? He wants to be on the number 1 crew, but he also wants to call a Super Bowl. Amazon won't have that capability. They will very soon. You would figure they would. They're going to lose Al. I mean, Al and Kirk are on one-year deals moving forward, I believe. Like, I guess if he wanted to do that,
I don't know, but is that really calling a number 1 game?
I don't think
it's not. Thursday night football is. I mean, it's at the bottom of the pecking order when it comes to best game of the week.
Yeah.
So
it sucks for him. I mean, here's the thing, though.
Unless it's Commanders Bears.
He's done a great job. Jordan does say, get Romo the hell off of CBS. I mean, that.
But the catch there is CBS would have to pay him a lot of money not to work. A lot of money. Because he was on a big deal, too. It went for a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see where it ends up.
It's wild to think that they might have called their last game together like ever.
Yeah.
Nick, who is our winner? Because Sam says, dying to hear that drop now that you guys have a winner. Who's the winner that knew what the ref's name was that John yelled at last week?
Robbie. Robbie's the winner.
Another no call! Evan Burrows, you suck!
Nice.
Well, congratulations, Robbie.
Good job, Robbie.
And enjoy the game tomorrow night. As we head to break, there is sad news today. Someone who spent a lot of time in Omaha in the month of June and was a legend and one of the great gentlemen of the game, Mike Martin, the former Florida State head baseball coach, passed away today at the age of 79. He had been ill for a while, and Florida State announced that earlier today. But arguably the best coach to never win a national championship. He was...
And he made it there so many times.
He was there so many times and so close so many times, but never got over the hump. But his class and his dignity and his professionalism will never be matched. Great gentleman of the game, Mike Martin, has passed away. So we send our best thoughts to his family and the Florida State community. We will be back and have more on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. It will quickly become your new favorite sports book to use anywhere in Iowa. They offer tight money line splits. They keep as little money as they can on large market bets, and they don't limit you for constantly winning. All of that adds up to you adding up your money. You just make as much as you want, and they won't stop you. They want you to make that. Also, right now on the Circa Sports Iowa app, they're offering squares bets for that game in Las Vegas on February 11th. And you know how you've played squares before and you kind of get a random number and they're like, here you go. Not with Circa Squares. You get to pick your own numbers and you can go quarter by quarter or do the entire game. It's a $1 minimum investment that could quickly turn into a $100,000 payout. It's all under the prop bet section of the game. So if you're ready to level up your game and use a sports book with real lines, you want to make real money, and it has real customer service, try it. Download Circa Sports Iowa right now. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley.
But if you like trophies, that's great. I like sexy victories. I would rather have sex than have a trophy. Okay? That's just who I am. All right?
I think we could all
just
agree
like
on
the
that.
wide receiver from Wake Forest. People say that I like big-bodied women. That might be the case. I don't discriminate. Okay? I like big-bodied wide receivers. That's why I like the guy from Wake Forest. Okay, back to Iowa.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, low temperature dipping back to near 37. Mostly cloudy on Friday, breezy and mild. A high temperature around 54. We're watching out for a few showers on Saturday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a report of a crash blocking the right lane on eastbound Stores Expressway at the North Freeway. Delays on eastbound I-80 between 680 and 72nd. Delays on eastbound L Street around 102nd and on eastbound Industrial Road around 156th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure that you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
And Jackson Hewitt also guarantees the accuracy of your return for life. So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt!
Down the 7 The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, the final tour, live in Omaha. With special guest Steely Dan. Are you reeling in the Eagles, CHI Health Center, Saturday, February 10th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, the final tour.
Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill serves pizza with an unforgettable pizza sauce, fresh ingredients in unique combinations of bold flavors. Try customer favorites like the 3 Oinks and a Moo, the Mountain Man, or the Upset Grizzly Bear. There are daily specials and menu items like tacos, salads, wings, and burgers. Stop in and check out Timber Creek's family-friendly dining environment while enjoying a popular adult beverage. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill at 178th and Harrison and at timbercreekpizzaomaha.com.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Go Big Red, baby.
On 1620 The Zone.
I got a bad feeling about this.
They shut down the main reactor. They'll be destroyed for sure. This is madness.
Do what must be done. Do not hesitate. Show no mercy.
No. Try not. Do. Or do not. There is no try.
The Force will be with you. Always.
You're doomed.
The Star Wars updates dedicated to our biggest fan of Star Wars out there, Jed. This one's for you.
Hell yeah, Jed.
Daisy Ridley, a.k.a. Rey, from the sequel trilogy, the most recent Star Wars films, was speaking earlier this week about her reprising her character in a new series of movies.
I'm excited about the story. I didn't think it would happen that I would go back now. I thought maybe it would at some point, like in the faraway future. But I think the story is great and will appeal to the people that love it and people who are maybe not as familiar with it. I think it will be a worthwhile adventure.
Yeah, she's set to reprise her role in a movie directed by the woman. I can't pronounce her name, so I'm not going to try, or else I'll destroy it. But she's part of the Ms. Marvel series.
Okay.
Written by Stephen Knight, Peaky Blinders.
Okay. Do they have any info on a release date or a planned release date?
No,
Man,
not yet.
I miss Star Wars movies in the movie theater.
I do too.
I do too. Rogue One, amazing.
Rogue One was very good.
I know it wasn't the last one.
It wasn't.
She wasn't even in that one.
I know. I just
wanted to say
I just
it.
love Rogue One.
Okay. I liked Rogue One quite a bit. I rewatched it at some point over the last couple of years. Very good. Very well.
Out of all the Star Wars movies I've seen in theaters, Rogue One is probably my favorite one I've seen in theaters.
You know, I have seen Empire in theaters. So that would probably be my favorite that I've seen in theaters because it's my favorite of the Star Wars movies. But Rogue One is very, very high up the list. Very high up the list. Especially the last hour.
Nick has been nervously twitching over here.
Yeah, he kept sending us DMs today.
The show.
No one responded, so then he would add another piece of
Yeah.
info. This is like if this. This is like if this. This is like if this. Yeah.
So Sir Louis is changing his team.
He's changing his stripes.
Yeah.
In 2025.
Yeah.
So not this season,
who
but the
cares?
season after.
It's so far away, Nick.
Because it's a big deal, Josh. It's like if Tom Brady, when he left the Pats, he went to the Cowboys. Because Ferrari is a team with a storied history that has,
But is this like the
hearts and
real
minds of many.
Ferrari, or is this like the Scud Ferrari?
It's actual Ferrari, John.
So he's going to be driving one of the red Ferraris.
Yes. he is going to be driving the red Ferrari.
So it is Enzo Ferrari. Hello, Sir Louis. Oh, you come driving my car. We go really fast and go vroom, vroom.
And
will he go vroom, vroom?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
And
We'll even put the engine in the car.
This is either going to be really good or really bad.
Well, isn't he going to retire?
I think he might after this because it kind of feels.
This sounds like Tom Brady.
It kind of.
Oh, you come driving my car?
Saying.
It's like a driving a Buick, and I'm a older people driver.
And then Max Verstappen is Patrick Mahomes. But it feels like he's just kind of going down the F1 driver bucket list, and every Formula One driver at some point wants to drive for Ferrari because that is the Formula One team. And he's always alluded to wanting to drive for a Ferrari. So I think he's going to show up in 25, race for a season, and then get out before 26 when the new regulations
Why, if you're Ferrari,
come in.
would you want him if he's only going to be there for a year and it's not like he's been winning? Is it just for the feels? I mean, this is the same group that told Michael Andretti, go get bent because, we don't want a famous person like an Andretti in our group.
So this is why it could go either really good or really bad. If it goes well, then not only does Lewis get an 8th championship, which again has never happened.
That's more than Brady.
That is more than Brady. It puts Ferrari back on top for the first time since the Schumacher era. You remember Michael Schumacher? Watch that documentary.
He's driving for me.
But it could also go bad because every other previously good championship winning driver who's ever driven for Ferrari has just fallen apart there.
A tweet from Sky writes, if only there was some sort of real life example of Tom Brady leaving the Pats that Nick could have used.
No, because the Cowboys are closer to Ferrari than the Bucks are. I did think about this. I workshopped this.
No, wait a minute.
Oh, here we go.
Has Ferrari won a championship in the last 30 years?
No. Well,
damn it.
I don't. Maybe with Schumacher?
Well, yeah.
Right.
Schumacher's not that old. He hasn't been gone that long.
I was trying to think. Or it was early 2000s, but it's the closest one. It's the closest comparison I had because it's a storied team.
Why do
franchise.
you compare me to those losers, Nicholas?
Hey, shut up.
With a
Nick,
history.
Screw you. You just had this segment
There's
of
no
John to
way.
make fun of the
There's
Cowboys.
no way
He's making fun of
that I would
Italian.
allow a problematic Micah to join my team.
I just want to talk about topics we've missed today and content. That's what I want to do now.
Anyway, it's a good comparison. The Bucks aren't the Ferrari of football. The Cowboys are. I'm sorry.
This is just about crapping on the Cowboys. I don't like this.
They
I don't
always
know
get
what
close.
you're talking about. You're crapping on my car.
Much like the Cowboys, Ferrari had a lot of success in the past. Then they keep getting close, and they can't quite do it.
I hope this guy and Ferrari, and thus then the Cowboys, find the glory hole of yesteryear.
Glory hole.
Oh, Josh here for Sir Lewis Hamilton.
Sure, why not? I don't care.
Content is next on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
New Year's resolutions start and end at Level Countertops, Cabinets, and Flooring in Elkhorn. Is your resolution this year to get organized, and take your kitchen to the next level? They create a unique space that's not only beautiful, but functional and organized. They come to you, listen to your needs, and create your functional design. For all your cabinet and organizational needs, visit their beautiful showroom at Level Countertop, Cabinets, and Flooring, 192nd in West Maple, or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all of your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says,
avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
oh, it's on.
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Guys, we all feel the aches, the fatigue, the lack of zip in our lives as we get older. We'd like to wish it away, to feel like our younger selves again. This is John Bishop, and I'd like to tell you about Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. There's no office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday routine. The plan is simple to follow. And Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
As we begin to wind down on this Thursday, it is time to tackle some other issues of the day. And why not start with the reason we're here in the first place? Because it's February 1st. It's baseball month.
The College World Series. First pitch times were announced yesterday. They will be at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. for the scheduled doubleheaders, with the best of 3 championship series at 6 p.m., 2 p.m., and 6 p.m. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday if necessary. Just the way the good Lord intended. Baseball!
I think there was somebody on this Grum who boldly predicted that these times would not be the times. But that person was wrong. And this person was right. God is shone down on us. It's a perfect way to start baseball month with this tremendous news. 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. It's a perfect times. You don't have to worry about the East Coasters falling asleep in the 5th inning.
Nice.
And the West Coasters, screw them, because their conferences don't exist anymore anyway.
Damn.
And it's not like they travel a lot of fans. So 1 and 6. It's a beautiful thing.
I would say this, John. Normally, I hate being incorrect, but on this one, I'm happy to have been wrong on this. 1 and 6 is the good Lord intended. These are the proper times. These are great. They're especially great for the pregame and in-between shows. And that's what we care about, getting to go home at 5:40 if you're doing one of those pregame shows and not having to go home at 6:40.
Lazy millennials.
Thank you to the College World Series on delivering us. Also, again, I just love the doubleheaders every day. Man, this schedule is so much better than the one we used to have a couple years ago. That schedule sucked.
Speaking of baseball, this is the month of baseball, as John alluded to earlier. Spring training. The college season begins. Josh and Jack are practically saying winter is over. Give me a solid baseball take as we begin the month of baseball.
Solid baseball take. I think that the Yankees are going to have a rebound year. I think that they'll be good. I'm sorry, John. I think that they'll be hitting home runs again. I'm thinking that Nebraska will be like Nebraska basketball, and sometimes people will be excited about them, and then they'll fall flat on their faces, and Odson and I will wonder if we're going to cancel them, and it will probably be way too cold at an April game, and we'll all be annoyed that it's not totally spring just yet.
Solid baseball take. At some point this month, Cody Bellinger will sign a contract with somebody. And then this stupid what's trending on X and Cody Bellinger's name showing up every morning on my timeline will no longer show up on my timeline. I am getting so annoyed by this. Hey, look what's trending, Cody Bellinger. I click on it.
Is he on there every day?
Every freaking day. Every freaking day. And yet there's no new information. Well, eventually that's going to come to an end. But yes, the baseball season is here. And I, for one, is very happy as I look outside and see the green of the grass. Well, covered mostly by dirty snow on Mount Happer. But the green of the grass will soon be popping up between the snowflakes. And we will have baseball.
Sing along if you guys know it. Mike McDonald has a team. E-I-E-I-O. And on that team, he has Seahawks. E-I-E-I-O. What do we think of the new youngest head coach in the NFL leaving Baltimore for Seattle?
I'm always fascinated when these things come together so quickly, and it makes you wonder how many of these folks were distracted during their preparation. I'm not saying that's why the Chiefs lost. Don't worry, Chiefs fans. I'm not disrespecting the Chiefs. But this is part of the process that I think doesn't get talked about enough. While teams are in the playoffs and have highly coveted assistant coaches, and they are being courted by other teams, it's a credit to those teams that overcome those types of distractions. You think about the last few years before Eric Bieniemy left the Chiefs, how many times his name was coming up in conversations. And that honestly is one of the advantages the Chiefs have. They have a great coordinator. They have two really good coordinators, both of them former head coaches, but probably not going to be courted for head coaching jobs ever again. Spagnuolo was a disaster with the Rams and old boy with the Bears. Oh my God. It just Adam.
Gase?
Yes. He's not going to be courted for head coaching jobs. So the Chiefs are in really nice position because they know they're going to keep their guys. But a lot of folks get distracted this time of year, and I wonder how much Mike McDonald's attention was diverted this past week.
I think it's looking into the future. I think it's a good hire from the standpoint that he has done a good job of defending the most prevalent offense in the NFL, and that's that Shanahan McVay type offense. He's done a very good job against that. I'm always curious, John, and we'll talk about another defensive coordinator in just a moment. A couple things with these guys. One is just the evolution of the sport and how they do it, keeping up with it. But also defensive first head coaches. Since they're not running the offense and the league is an offensive league, seemingly they will then lose their offensive coordinator. And how do you do with that? I mean, again, the Shanahan was the OC in Atlanta for the guy that we're about to talk about. And when he left, some things changed and that offense took a big step back. So I think it's a good hire. Certainly not going to guarantee any sort of success, though, for him in his career there.
Meanwhile, Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn is heading for Washington to join the team with those really sick, very cool black uniforms that everybody should love and only olds hate. Josh, you cool with losing your top defensive assistant to join the commies?
Yeah, this isn't going to upset me as much as it would have a couple of years ago. Speaking of that very prevalent Shanahan offense, he has struggled with that. I mean, really going back to his time as a head coach of the Falcons, and it hasn't changed. They became very boom or bust when they are getting lots of takeaways. The defense was, the best in the NFL or one of the best in the NFL. They were also a smaller defense. And so that's why you saw teams like the Bills run all over them. You saw the Dolphins be able to have success on the ground at them at times. And then, they completely crapped the bed versus the Packers in the playoffs. So, while I think that the defense, it wouldn't surprise me if they regress next year. I also don't think it's the worst thing to have maybe a new voice in the room.
This was the hire we thought it was going to end up with Seattle.
Yes.
But now it ends up in the same division. You also wonder, who does Quinn take with him? Who does he hire? Does he take some folks with him? And that usually happens. A team leaves or an assistant leaves one team and he takes usually a couple of assistants with him. The Rams suffered this fate just about every doggone year. So what other folks are going to join him? And then the fact now they're going to be division rivals. Also consider this. They got the number 2 overall pick. They have 5 top 100 picks. They have 9 overall picks. And their salary cap space is $70 million, the most in the NFL. This is a great situation to walk into because you've got pretty much nowhere to go but up, given the recent fortunes of this franchise. You now have at least not incompetent ownership. The jury's still out on the new ownership, but at least it's not Dan Snyder. And you've got all of this capital to work with. It's a great spot for Dan Quinn to be put into, and I look forward to seeing what he can do with it. Maybe Washington, who, by the way, also has a very lengthy streak of not appearing in NFC Championship games, might finally get that one to end to.
Let's hope not.
Speaking of Quinn, some might say Quinn adjacent, we got our first comments from Josh's favorite problematic player, Micah Parsons. My gosh.
Nice job, Nick.
Thank you. Nailed it.
Marka Parsons.
After Dallas's early playoff exit,
Pearson.
We were out-schemed, Parsons said, and then went on to say they were packages for him to move to linebacker to help stop the Packers' run game, but they were never called. Is this Micah's going-away present for Quinn?
It's interesting, too, because... sorry, John, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This was your
This is you.
Okay.
It's all you.
Because he said, like, a few weeks ago, like, if Quinn leaves, I'm going with him. And then he said, like, ha, ha, ha. He's been a big Dan Quinn fan, just kind of crapping on him here. They certainly were out schemed. That was a bad game, John. I haven't forgotten about it. It might be last month, but I'm still ticked off about it almost a month later.
Poor Marka Pearson. Just a terrible thing. But
new bit.
Makes you wonder because he didn't speak after the game. Makes you wonder what he would have said after the game. It's probably a good thing he kept his mouth shut for this long.
Something problematic. Adam Shefty Chef has speculated it. Sean McDonough 2. Could Andy Reid retire after the Super Bowl? What about the idea that Bill Belichick would be the one to replace him?
That's the craziest one. The idea that Shefty even suggested that Bill Belichick's out there. Why the hell would you replace a guy who's retiring with okay. That's
ageism,
not happening.
John, ageism.
That's not happening. I can guarantee you that is not happening. But the possibility of Andy Reid retiring certainly is there. I mean, it's happened before. It's happened before with coaches leaving after they won the Super Bowl. Dick Vermeil did it with the Rams and then found out he still had some gas in the tank and ironically enough came back to the Chiefs. But there's been enough rumblings out there where it will definitely be worth watching in the hours and days after the Super Bowl. It also depends on, what the Chiefs have in store. I'd be curious to know, as closely as Andy Reid and the front office have been able to work in relative harmony all these years, if this is something that's been communicated and that there is a plan in place for when Reid does retire, if it were to be this year or any other year. But it would not
involve
shock
Eric
me.
Bieniemy?
Would it involve Eric Bieniemy? Would it shock me? Absolutely not. Now, is this all literally just speculation based on circumstantial evidence? Yes.
Yeah, it certainly is that. I think back to the end of the regular season and what was one of the stories that suddenly popped up with a lot of the media members, whether it was Schefter, whether it was Florio, etc. That was the idea that McCarthy was going to get fired and Belichick was going to get brought in. Now, that never happened. We don't know the exact reasons why. Was it because Jerry Jones found out that he wouldn't join Dallas, or was it because of Dallas's own decision-making? And so all of that wind up to say, just because the insiders keep pointing to something doesn't mean that it is ultimately going to happen. There's been so much smoke around Andy Reid retiring. I don't know, John, what to make of it. I don't know if this is something that is actually going to happen, or if it's just, there've been enough whispers, or maybe it's just the same person telling everybody the same thing. I don't know. I would ultimately guess that he doesn't retire. I would also think that hiring Belichick to come into this franchise would be really stupid too. I wouldn't do that.
With 35 points last night, your GOAT, Caitlin Clark, moved to second all-time on the charts and now sits 103 points away for the most points ever. She's also 243 points away from Pistol Pete's record. Will she break that one too?
Well, they are coming near the end of the regular season. They still have 8 games left, but then you have the conference tournament. Then you have however many NCAA tournament games. I mean, John, you just do 243 divided by the 8 regular season games, and That's essentially what she's been averaging in the last 5. That's 30 points a game. She will break it, obviously, and then she will go, pretty far past it as well. Insane stuff right now, what she is able to do.
The question is, will she set the all-time flops record as well?
Wow.
You
talking about for storming the court or not storming the court flop record?
All flops.
All of them?
All flops matter.
She's coming for LeBron James's flop record?
I believe so. I believe she's about a dozen away. She may do that just in the Nebraska game alone.
Nice.
A week from
On
Sunday.
Super Bowl Sunday.
On Super Bowl Sunday. You want to save your best, for the biggest moments. But
sure.
Yeah, in all seriousness, she's barring disaster. She's going to set both of these records, and she'll continue to move away from the rest of the pack.
Interesting. She gets blindsided by a rabid fan, and you're still blaming the victim. John.
She wasn't blindsided. She could see the fan. She could see it.
Cal,
either that or maybe she's blind in one eye. I don't know.
Cal Ripken Jr. and Grant Hill are part of the investor group that has agreed to buy the Baltimore Orioles, and so are former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg and former Baltimore Mayor Kurt Schmokey.
Schmokey. This is a good week for weird names of people in power or formerly in power.
Are the O's going to win a World Series now?
I don't know if the O's are going to win a World Series.
Baseball month, John.
It's baseball month, and the folks in Baltimore are celebrating early because the Angelos family are finally out of there. Pending approval of Major League owners, which I think they'll get. But it's always good to have a couple of former jocks, including the Baltimore Orioles all-time GOAT, Cal Ripken, as part of the whole thing. I think it should be very exciting times for O's fans in Baltimore. I didn't realize, by the way, and I saw it in the AFC Championship, that the tradition in Baltimore is during the national anthem, when they get to the "Oh, say" part, everyone yells, "Oh!" I did not know they did that.
That's fun.
And that's an Orioles thing. Because baseball rules the world.
To rule the world, John, the Super Bowl is in February. Are you sure?
The Baltimore fans are chanting something that's only done at Orioles games.
Oh!
Baseball!
Is that what they're chanting? Sure. I wouldn't mind if Baltimore won a World Series. I think that'd be fun. I like their stadium. It'd be cool to watch them go on a nice playoff run where we get to see that big building out in right field. You know about that building, John?
Yeah, it's a big warehouse, yeah.
Yeah, it looks cool. Looks old school. Remember when that stadium was built and everyone's like, old school. We like old school. We think old-looking parks are cool. Old is the new. There you go.
That's now the park that was built to look old is now old.
It's actually old. Yeah, they need to redesign a new park. Yeah, they
need
to make a new one again.
All right, coming up, what are Nick's favorite restaurants? We have the answer.
Oh.
What's for dinner is next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... Exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Hey there, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Outdoor Nebraska update. It's hunting time in the Husker State. For a safe season, remember to be totally certain of your target and your background before you fire that shot. In a moment, ask yourself, is the bullet flight path clear? Is that a legitimate target? And what am I going to hit if I miss my shot? Please be careful out there. If you'd like more information on hunting safety, go to outdoornebraska.gov. That's outdoornebraska.gov. From wildfowl to owls. Great time of year to step outside and watch wildlife. Many animals are still active, plus the leaves have mostly fallen, vegetation is set back, and we'll have some warmer weather. Maybe you'll hike a state park trail or head to a public reservoir to do that. Oh, and don't forget your camera. Oh, it's on your phone. That's right. I'm Greg Wagner.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
The 20th ranked Omaha Maverick hockey team is coming off an overtime road sweep against St. Cloud State. This Friday and Saturday night, Maverick hockey takes on Minnesota Duluth at Baxter Arena. And the Maverick men's basketball team, with the second most wins in the Summit League, is making a run at the league title. The Mavs tip off against second place St. Thomas this Thursday. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your hockey and basketball tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/ticks.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. This is unsportsmanlike conduct.
And I want more of the cream. I need the cream.
On 1620, The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, once again, we reached that part of the show where the popular answer is I don't know. Which so now this segment has devolved into what Bet of the Day became, and that is I don't know.
Nice.
Just
Yeah.
picking random games.
By the way, John,
I don't know what's for dinner.
Last night, for the second time now in as many trips for me to the arena, I guess we would have Godfathers. And again, I was wrong. Last time we had sandwiches. Last night we had manja. So we had pasta from manja. So I had
That's
a little,
good.
so I had a little pasta, a little garlic bread. Did that. We are going out tonight to celebrate something that I'm not allowed to talk about on the radio. And it's not what everybody, I just realized as I said that everyone's like, oh, do you have news? No, we don't have news. I was trying to make a joke about a radio thing, and this is devolving very quickly. We're going out to dinner. I'm excited.
Actually, last night we did have one of my favorite salads. It was a salad that we discovered at one of the local restaurants.
We talked about salads in Dumb Debate.
Yes, we did. It's a steak salad. It's like a skirt steak sliced with. It actually has small diced potatoes in it.
Oh,
and blue
I
cheese.
don't know how I
dressing.
feel about this.
It's very good. Oh, it's very good. You just you think of the potatoes almost like croutons, except they're not as crunchy. It's very good. It's a great salad. Lovely salad.
Nick, what are you having? Rice?
Yeah, no, it's a rice night for me for sure.
Well, according to the takeout, we now have the identification of Nick's favorite restaurants.
Oh, do we?
These are the most popular restaurants according to Gen Z.
I don't know if I want to know about this list.
Now, some of these we don't have in this area. Seasons 52, I've never heard of that. Chewy's Tex-Mex, never heard of that. But First Watch, there's a First Watch in Omaha, right?
Yeah.
Nick, your generation likes First Watch?
I guess.
That's number 2 on the list of full service chains. Number 4 on the list.
Cracker Barrel.
I like Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel kicks ass.
haven't been there
Also,
since college.
one of Sip's favorites, Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen, is number 7 on the
Dude.
list, followed by Chili's.
I've never been to Chili's.
I went to no thanks. I went to a Cheddar's like a decade ago. Their chicken tenders were tasty, man. They were cooked very, very well.
I went years ago with my mom and my stepdad, and they got my mom's steak just wrong, like completely different cut.
Oh,
it was weird.
And Gen Z's favorite quick service restaurants, according to the Takeout. Now, again, we don't have most of these, but we don't have a Smoothie King, do we?
I don't know.
Smoothie King?
It sounds like something we might have.
We have Cold Stone Creamery.
Cold Stone's pretty solid.
John, we do have Smoothie Kings.
Smoothie King, okay.
Yeah, we have
Jamba,
Smoothie Kings.
Jamba, another smoothie place, and Jason's Deli.
Jason's Deli is pretty good. Is Taco Bell not on there?
Those, right, Nick?
Yeah, we do.
So there you go. There's Gen Z's.
No Taco Bell.
No Taco Bell. What the hell? Everyone my age loves Taco Bell.
You're a bad.
Well, no, these are just full service and quick service, not fast food.
Oh, okay.
Quick and fast are basically the same thing.
Well, it's I
Essentially, the difference is drive-through versus no drive-through, right? Is that kind of what we're really discussing
kind of. Yeah.
So places that don't have a drive-through. There you go. Kind of what's
Well, then that can get muddy though, because some places with drive-throughs, like Lighthouse, you're chilling for a little bit, but they make that pizza
That's
there.
weird. I cannot imagine going to Lighthouse and going through the drive-through.
Oh, I've done it many times.
But I feel the same way
you
about Subway. Now I haven't had Subway in years, but there's some Subways that have drive-throughs, and I always found that very odd because I want to go there and be like, I want extra pickles, and then like, is this enough? It's like, hell no, I want more pickles. So I like to be able to see them make my sandwich in a place like that. So, but I guess at Jimmy John's you do a drive-through, and they're not like, could I have more of those, please? So
That's true. I think we're just trained differently with Subway compared to Jimmy John's.
I think we are because we got so used to watching them make it, and they ask us, do you want more of this? Do you want less of this? So, yeah.
All right.
Coming up tomorrow, it's a One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Also, it's Creighton game day. We'll recap Nebraska's game day tonight, and we'll preview Creighton's tomorrow as they are back in action after almost a full week off against the Butler Bulldogs.
By the way, give me Wisconsin tonight, so congrats to Nebraska on their dub.
Nice.
Yeah, I think Wisconsin will win, though.
Pretty short line, only 1.5 points.
But they're at home, Josh.
It's bouncing all around. John, I was getting closer to pick them earlier.
Yeah, it is. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a great one.
Bye.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone. 1620, The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up that earlier stall still causing delays on the exit ramp from I-80 to 144th, delays on eastbound I-80 from 680 to 84th, and if you're west on 370, a slight delay between 144th and I-80. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW